Ta-da, just like magic, we appear out of nowhere. So we want to welcome our panel members, Roy and John and Gustavo, and Mr. Stewart for the next couple weeks. He emailed me that he'll be in the chat. He's out on location, as they like to say in the business. He's out on location. John knows all about that. John was always out on location. John was just happy he got back home after being out on location. I'm sure lots of times.
Yeah.
You know, so Robert Rosado picked up a D810A, Mr. Stewart. So I'm sure that Robert's going to be picking your brains on that a little bit, especially if he's going to use it for astrophotography. And we'll say hello to everybody. We got Ava just popped in, and we got Woody. Woody is here, and like I said, Robert and David. Robert Varner is in the house. Randall's here. He says he's setting up his niece's computer today, so he's going to watch on the rewind. When we obviously there is not a ton of new camera news per se. I mean, there's always the Chinese lenses that are coming out. It seems like by the minute. So there'll be a little bit of discussion about some lenses that are coming out. And I do have some general discussion topics to bring up, which I will shamefully admit I kind of stole some of this from other content creators, and I thought, well, I mean, it was they picked a good topic, and we could bring it up here and see if people want to talk about it as well, or maybe they're all talked out from visiting their live streams and don't have any more to say about it, but we'll see how that goes. Bob Our Photos is now in the house, and Lynn, and so it's good to see that we're getting some people in here tonight. I'm sure that at times you think to yourself, I think I'd rather be at the movies. And if you haven't checked it out already, you guys should be checking out Mr. Ishii's channel, and he has a great video that just came out that he partnered with Mr. Wu on with the Nikon F3s, and they managed to acquire a whole bunch of F3s temporarily from a collector who was nice enough to share some of his gear. And Mr. Wu had his personal F3 that he showed as well. And if you're a Nikon lover, there's nothing like seeing some of this good old stuff. I mean, the reality is, as I emphasize when I'm doing my little thanks for the memories episodes, that you could still get great shots with the old gear, and don't believe everybody out there that makes it out like if you don't have the latest and greatest widget that's $6,000 or more, that you can't take a good picture, because probably all the pictures that we remember when we were children were probably taken with cameras that cost less than $100. So, and we remember those images no matter how technically imperfect they were. We remember those pictures because that showed our childhood, us growing up, us going to our high school graduations, and so on and so forth. So you don't have to have good memories come in all different qualities of images. And just think about the folks back in the 1800s that had to sit sometimes for 20 minutes and not blink, and then you wonder why they never smiled when they had their picture taken, because you can't hold a smile for 20 minutes. And that's why they were just a straight line. They all looked like they were in a bad mood or had a bad meal. But that's the way it was.
John, I love how Mr. Wu, when presented with a buffet of cameras there, the dexterity that he shows, moving the camera, taking the prism, changing this, you can see that he's very.
My favorite camera, the F3, favorite film camera.
Yeah,
got more accessories than any other camera.
Really?
Yeah.
It goes on forever. The accessories for that camera,
Yeah.
probably twice as many as any other Nikon.
How broke would you be, Roy, if you owned every single accessory? You think pretty broke, right?
I probably nearly do. I'm still looking for the Polaroid back for it.
Yeah, I mean, they don't make, do they make film anymore for the old Polaroid backs, or is it all
No, they
gone
don't.
now?
It's the FP100 film. They stopped making that. I've got a box of it in the fridge, but once that's gone, it's gone. People ask $180 Australian for one packet.
Oh my God!
It's just unbelievable.
Yeah,
Almost medium format take the same backs, same film.
Know, a lot of the like the camera that I just talked about on my channel there, the old Kodak, they haven't made that film since 1975, but people still have it. But my question is, if you're talking about a film that hasn't been made in over 34 years or whatever, what are the odds that any remaining film stock is actually going to reproduce a good picture?
You don't know where it's been stored or anything.
Right. So the thing is, you buy it, you get it, you use it, and if the picture doesn't come out, you don't really know if it's the camera or because the film is so old, I mean, that's really a crapshoot, isn't it, when you start doing that?
I think you can tell unless the camera's seals are gone.
Do anybody produce like a custom make film? I'm sure that somebody has that business.
I saw a funny back that took Instax cartridges for the medium formats, but that looked pretty weird.
Well, Fuji is just killing it with their Polaroid style cameras and film. I mean, that's where they're making their money, is off of Instax.
Yeah, they're making a lot of money with that.
Oh, the kids are going crazy over it.
It was never a good,
not cheap.
It was never a good quality film to use.
No, but the kids love it.
But the kids love it.
I mean, the people who are buying it, they're these young girls in their 20s. They're lined up to buy that film.
Well, it's just like if you came out with film for the Polaroid SX70, everybody be out there buying old used SX70s like crazy because they'd love to have a camera like that nowadays because they want instant gratification. So you can, even if it's a little dinky little picture, the fact that they get it like that, it appeals to them.
Well, I told Wu
what it did 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
I told Wu that we're gonna. I told Wu that I'd like to do a video on Polaroid land cameras, because he knows Polaroid really, really well. He's just I didn't know that land was the name of the guy who invented it.
Yeah, my mom used to have a whole bunch of Polaroid land cameras. I used them when I was a kid.
I didn't know it was the guy's name.
Yeah, and they had so many models, and then of course, as the decades rolled by, like the older cameras were metal bodied, they were heavy, they were big, they were pretty interesting marvels of mechanical technology, actually. But then you fast forward 20, 30 years later, and everything was plastic. They had the plastic cameras with the peel the film away and shake it for a minute or whatever.
Yeah, what is that shaking? What is that shaking thing?
I think it's just people had a nervous. Get the chemicals moving.
They say you
everybody be like shake, either that or everybody had
either that or the ones that come out the camera already developing.
Yeah, everybody had a nervous twitch at the same time.
I remember my mom doing that.
Yeah. But
I just wish I could get the film for the medium format. I'd love a few boxes of that.
But we've got a few announcements here. As you see, you don't see Chuck on the show with us tonight. Him and Maribel will not be in the chat either tonight because they just got their new Maine Coon kitten today. So they're enjoying the kitten and bonding with the kitten. And kitten's name is Noah. So they're not going to be on the show today or in the chat as they're bonding with their newest family member. I suggested inviting Noah to come on the show next week, and they like that idea. So everyone is going to get to meet Noah, the new kitten in Chuck's house, Chuck and Maribel's house next week. So you guys got that to look forward to. And Maribel says that the kitten is already following Chuck all around the house, exploring the house, but tag teaming with Chuck, which is good.
He shouldn't hang a fish around his neck.
And Chuck, if you are listening to this later on, you have no excuse not to show us some pictures on the next photo review.
That's right. Next photo review, Chuck, we need pictures of Noah in the photo review.
There is nothing better for a channel than kittens.
That is your that is your assignment. That is your mission if you choose to accept it. That's your mission impossible task, is to get pictures of Noah for the next photo review. And speaking of the photo review, we got 18 photos so far, which is respectable for we're basically 3 weeks away. So I'll put up that reminder now, since we did bring that up. Is the next photo review is on September 7th. And so prepare to feed me images at a steady rate, but don't wait until 2 days before, because then I start freaking out a little bit. But so far we've got 18, and I haven't yet picked out any from mine. Bob and I did get out this week, and we saw Rosetta spoonbills for the first time this year, way late showing up. I mean, way late showing up. We were
going the other way around.
I think they got here by accident from the storm that went through Florida, and it grabbed a bunch of spoonbills and dumped them off here in South Carolina, because I didn't think that we were going to have any at all. But so we finally got to see some, and that was nice to finally see some. So hopefully they're there again when we go out again Tuesday of this week. What was interesting is Thursday, when we went out for the first time, I've got a video that shows the process to a certain extent. Is when we were there were like 15 or 20 alligators on the pond side, and they were going back and forth like they were submarines or whatever. They were like looking for food. They're starving. They don't have any food supply. So if anybody from the park is watching my show, which I doubt, let the water in from the doggone marsh so that the gators can have some food, because there's been at least 2 documented incidences of the alligators eating another alligator.
Ooh.
Things are bad when they start eating themselves. So do the right thing and stop screwing around with the environment.
What's causing this?
Well, for the last 4 years, they've basically been trying to turn the pond, which was brackish water, into a pond for ducks. So they've been draining the water level down to 8 inches high to grow grasses in there to feed the ducks when they come for the whopping 2 or 3 months in the winter season down here, and then they leave. So they've been going around with the ecology in the pond, and we had fish kills, major fish kills for like 3 years in a row that I documented. So there's no flounder, there's no mullet, there's no big fish in the pond anymore. The ospreys don't dive for fish because there's not very many fish in there anymore. And the gators right now do not have any sustainable food source. So they have to walk across the road and go in the marsh to get food. So while we were there, all of a sudden there was like a whole line of park ranger trucks within 50 feet of us, all lining up with a whole bunch of people getting out of the trucks. So we're figuring out, well, what the heck's going on? So then the next thing you know, one of the rangers approaches Bob and I and says, you guys got to move down to the overlook area. You can't come. You got to move away from here. And I said, well, what's going on? And luckily it wasn't anything bad, but they were going to be putting GPS units on some of the alligators. So I got a video of them lassoing, and we were pretty far away. So I'm shooting with the 600 PF. I got the 2.3 times crop on for the video, handheld. That's obviously going to be a little bit bouncy. But I filmed them lassoing the gator and flailing around, not wanting to get dragged up on the shore, and then pretty far away and didn't have good line of sight once it got near the sidewalk area. But they did the traditional thing that they show on TV, where they throw a towel over the alligator's head so he can't see, and then they basically kneel or sit on the gator's back, and then they tape the mouth shut, and then they're working on the gator for a while, and then they're testing out the GPS unit, and they're holding something up in the air that looked like a field goal post with wires hanging off of it, making sure that it worked, and then they let the gator in the water. But the process took so long. We were talking to one of the rangers, and we had a nice, friendly, good conversation with the female ranger that was there that worked for the park. So it was part of the Department of Natural Resources were the ones that were basically doing the tagging operation with the support of the ranger staff in the park. And but at the rate it took them to do the one, I mean, it probably would be. They said they've had difficulty tagging them because the gators either aren't cooperating, or it's been way too hot, or just too miserable to do it, so they haven't really tagged too many. But the time it took to do it, I would think that they'd be lucky if they could do 3 a day. If they were there for 6 hours, they might only be able to do 3 or 4 gators at the most. But we stayed for the one. And
how big were they?
The one that they tagged was probably about 8 feet, 7 or 8 feet.
It was glue or color?
What, the GPS?
Yes.
It was black. It actually looked like a camcorder. I asked him, you sure you're not putting a movie camera on the gator so the gator could film us instead of us filming the gator? I mean, and it was huge. And I said, well, I mean, look, it looked like it was not embedded in the flesh. It was some kind of a strap set up around the neck, and I says, why aren't you using the same stuff they use for sharks, where they're a lot smaller, I mean, the gators swimming around with this, looks like an old fashioned camcorder from 20 years ago hanging on the back of its head. It's like, that's the best you guys could do. You could get like an Apple tag, right? The size of a quarter, right? Yeah. But no, you got to put something on the gator. It's like this big, it's like crazy.
They probably had them for 20 or 30 years, so they're going to use them.
Yeah, they probably found them in a warehouse. They didn't know they had them, so they decided they better tag a few gators while they're at it, whatever. But it's just crazy. But anyway, it was interesting to see it, and they did a professional job. And but it's funny. They go, well, we want to see where they go. And it's like, well, ask any of the photographers. We'll tell you where they go. We know where they go. Save you some money. The Rangers know where they go too. It's just kind of funny that they feel we got to see where they go. Okay, they go from the freshwater pond to the brackish water pond to the marsh, and then maybe they go onto the beach or go into the ocean a little bit, some of them, and then they come back. So that's where they go. I mean, everybody knows that. But anyway, we're gonna tag them anyway, right? But whatever they want to do.
Real data versus anecdotal data.
What's that?
Real data versus anecdotal data.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah. But I mean, you know what you see with your own two eyes is what I'm saying, though. You know what's going. You know where they are in the winter. You know where they have their young. It's all right, but whatever. But it was interesting. The other interesting news, good news. I'm going to bring up a picture, and he's probably going to get mad at me for doing it, but I'm going to do it anyway because he made the mistake of sending me a few pictures
just before the show.
Because just before the show,
exactly.
because he sent me a picture, whether he's going to be on the show here or not. Our friend Jim Eads, aka Real Nikon Lover, is now a grandpa again.
Wow.
So this is on the 15th of the month. He had another granddaughter, Brinley Ariel Smith, 8 pounds 3 ounces, 21 1/4 inches long. So we wish our best to the happy grandparents and the parents, and the baby obviously looks it's screaming. Baby's healthy. So congratulations. Congratulations, Jim. And he just recently had a grandchild not too long ago. So all I can say, Jim, when you start having more grandchildren, it does make you feel older, my friend. That's the bad thing about it. It makes you feel old. But anyway.
But now he has more reason to use his camera.
That's right. Well, he just bought a whole bunch of lighting gear.
Exactly.
He sent me an email. He just bought himself a whole bunch of lighting gear. So now he's all set. He could do all these great portraits of his grandchildren.
But Mr. Jeff, you didn't put the photo of him holding the baby. That's the most important one.
He's behind the camera.
You're going to embarrass him completely. Right?
Well, that we could do that too.
Exactly.
We have the technology.
We can embarrass anyone.
We can, yes, we will do that. We will do that. There you go.
Congratulations, Jim.
Yeah. So congratulations to everybody, and great news. It's nice to be able to show happy things, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yes. As opposed to the news.
Yes, as opposed to the news. And we got to give we got to be fair here, and if we're going to embarrass Jim, we got to embarrass his wife as well. So I mean, it's all fair.
That's a nice photo.
Yeah. So congratulations, everybody, and get your lighting kit, get the instruction sheets out, Jim, and get the get all set to be taking a lot of pictures, and everybody's going to say, oh, did you print them out yet? Did you print them out yet?
Exactly.
We all know how that goes. But great news. It's nice to have good news. John will be back in a minute, folks. So that's the good news. Chuck's got and Maribel got a new kitty cat, and Jim's got a new granddaughter.
Fantastic.
And so that's really good. So the obviously the news in the photo world, and Jeff and Leslie are saying they're going to have new grandbaby photos in late November. Yeah, at least I think I have all the grandchildren that I'm going to have at this point, which I'm not complaining about by any means. You know, unfortunately, I'm 800 miles away, so I don't really get to see them that often. Although, you know, I did get to see them a couple times this year, and you know, had to go to Connecticut for other reasons, but I made sure I saw my kids and my grandkids, so that's always good. But it's tough when you're far away. You just you know,
some relatives it's better to be far away.
Well, yeah, I could tell lots of stories about that, but I'm not going to go there. I don't want to depress everybody. You know, Nikon rumors, you know, I mean, Nikon continues to have good news, having won 5 EISA photography awards. And for those who don't know what EISA is, that's the Expert Imaging and Sound Association. So they won 5 awards, which Sony also won 5 awards. Canon won 2, but Nikon won awards for these are all in categories for the year 2024 to 2025. Best product full frame camera, the ZF. Best product advanced full frame camera, Z6 III. Best product super telephoto zoom lens, the 180 to 600. Best product portrait lens, the 135 Plena. That should be no surprise to most people. And this was kind of a surprise. Best product super zoom, what Ava did a review on last week, the 28 to 400 f4 f8.
That's a surprise.
So that was a surprise. I did not expect that. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So I think, you know, if we're going to see new bodies coming out, I mean, the rumors are, depending on what rumor site you go to, the rumors are that we can maybe anticipate something soon from Sony, 2 or 3 camera bodies from Sony, but we'll see what that brings. And I talked about or mentioned a Hong Kong. Boy, I better wait a minute. I gotta have some Coke. I'm slurring my speech here.
What's in the Coke?
Coke. The Ultra Lab lenses made in Hong Kong. I talked about a few weeks ago, the metal lenses, and they're getting good. You know, a lot of people like them. They're very, you know, they're very cost-effective lenses. A lot of them are in the $400 range, and actually, they're coming out with what they call the No Nikkor Nocti lens, a 50 millimeter f1.2 lens that they're taking pre-orders on, and I actually ordered one today. So it's a manual focus lens. It's $380 plus shipping, so it's like $425 for me for my shipping. Won't be able to get it till the end of October for the Z mount, but I got my order in, and if you get it now, you save $19 on the lens, and then they throw in 2 magnetic filters, a clear filter, and I think the other one is like a mist filter of some kind for special effects. And so you get two filters for free if you pre-order.
Does
And
anyone
the
still
lens-
use mist filters?
What's that?
No one uses mist filters anymore, do they?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I know I don't rub Vaseline on lens filters anymore.
Polarizer would be more useful.
It's too messy. But so I look forward to seeing the lens and doing my own review of it when the time comes. So I figured that would be. I don't have a 50 millimeter lens in the Z mount at all right now. I use my 51.8 f mount. So I don't have a 50 millimeter Z mount lens. And I said, well, for the price point, and I don't care that it's manual focus for what I'd be using a 50 millimeter lens for anyway. So I'll give it a shot and I'll do a review on it, and hopefully I'll like it, and it'll be all I need. I won't need really anything else, because I don't use 50 millimeter focal length an awful lot. Or if I do, I end up there as part of using my 24 to 120 lens. But I wanted something that was faster. So, 1.2 is more than fast enough. It'll be interesting to see. I know I'm trying to think of his name. I wrote to him on his YouTube channel. Friend of Matt Irwin's, that they've done a few videos together. And I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name right now, but he actually got Artra Lab makes some lenses for the Leica mount, and they had a solid brass lens for the Leica mount. And so, Bobby Tonelli, that's who it was, Bobby Tonelli. So
yeah, he's a friend of mine.
Bobby contacted them and said, "Hey, can you send me one of your lenses to try out?" And they says, "Well, which one do you want?" And he says, "I'd really like the brass one for the Leica mount." And they said, "Well, the brass ones are no longer available. They were limited quantities, and basically they got bought by employees that worked for the company. They bought the lenses." And they said, "Well, we could send you a black one or a silver one." So he says, "Well, send me a silver one." And then, to his surprise, someone who bought it privately in the company sent him the brass lens to try out. So he was thrilled and he loved it. He said it was a fantastic lens. And so I figured, I've read a lot of good things about the company, and I says, I'll give it a shot. And so come October if I get it in October, you won't get a review till November probably, but I'll write my own review about the lens once I get it. So then, yeah.
You want to hear my Vaseline story?
Well, I don't know.
Do with cameras?
It better
You
have
gotta
to do
say
with
yes.
cameras. I don't want to know any other way you're using the Vaseline.
You gotta say yes. It's a good
Yes.
one.
I'll reluctantly say yes, but I'm going to put my fingers in my ears.
It's not what you think, but you like the story. Since you
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, back in the day, in the old days, we were shooting a F1 car race, right? So one of the newspaper guys who worked for the local newspaper was shooting, and then you had the big boys there, like All Sport, Getty, and all these other fellas come in to shoot the F1. And these guys are these guys who come in are very obnoxious. They like to take the local photographers, especially if you don't speak English and stuff, and push them around and get in their face and start yelling and screaming at them, to get the shot. So this friend of mine says, "Well, those guys are so big. How can I challenge them?" Right? So he says, "What I do, John, is that I keep a little vial of Vaseline with me, right, in my camera
He
bag."
sabotaged the lenses.
And then he says, 90% of those photographers who use those big 600 mm lenses do not keep the rear lens cap on. It's exposed. So one of those guys bumped into him and started pushing him around. He says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." So he takes a little dab of Duya and sticks it in his rear lens glass. And let me tell you, he told me, Vaseline, you cannot get it off the glass.
Terrible stuff. It's all right on a UV
So
filter, but not on a lens.
that's how he got his revenge.
Good on him.
You know, because those guys, they come in and they will push you around like you don't even exist. So he got fed up. So that's my Vaseline story.
Revenge via Vaseline.
Can you imagine having Vaseline on the rear lens of a 600?
Expensive.
Yeah,
Exactly. Exactly, Roy.
that guy was, I'm sure, to use the word upset would be an understatement.
Well deserved, though, by the sound of it.
Yes. But
I'm sure they didn't push you to John. I don't think you would allow any of that.
What's that?
I don't think they
wouldn't put up with
will
that.
push you.
Yeah.
Oh, me is different, but the local guys, you know, they get intimidated. You know, that for me, I had this one guy from Britisher, you know, who had his monopod with his 600 come into the media room, and the guy he takes the pole and just shoves it in the middle of my chest as I'm going out the door, right? And tells me to get out of the way. Well, he didn't know that he didn't know who he was dealing with. This boy is from good old USA, and you don't mess around with me. And then he freaked out. But most of the Asian people, they don't know how to handle it, and then they get intimidated.
Exactly.
So
Also a lot politer than most Westerners.
So
yeah. I'm sure you have so many stories that you could tell about, having to deal with jerks, basically. You know.
Oh yeah, I mean,
throughout your
it's
career.
huge. You know, when you shoot these big time motor events, you know, this is not your local Seattle International Raceway. No, this is FIM, F1. This is big deal. You know, so you get these big headed egos, you know, flying in. See, and then they try to push you around, trying to get the shot, or try to block you, and all kinds of crazy stuff. You just can't let them intimidate you. You just got to give it back. Otherwise, they'll push you around.
Contact sport.
I
use your elbow here.
I can't keep Mozman's comment up here on the screen too long, because I'll laugh for half hour straight.
You know, like the Olympics. Like the Olympics, you have to be extremely aggressive, you know, to get the shot after a win or something, you know. But on the whole, they're pretty well behaved, because the Olympic Committee doesn't mess around. You know, there you go. There's where the press is, and you can't be walking around trying to get a shot.
Well, here's a question for you: for anything that attracts a lot of press coverage, are there situations where there's any kind of preferential, you say the most experienced photographers for whether it be a sporting event or a political event or whatever? Is there any favoritism, like for those that have been in the business longer, where they get a better spot or they get a better sight line for an event? Or is it really just like you said, everybody's just trying to get to the same place and push each other around?
For example, say for the Olympics, each wire is allowed so many passes, say 2 passes, 3 passes, or a pass per event. Okay, and these are accredited, so AP, Reuters, Getty, people like that. And then the OIC will allow a 1 to 2 press photographers from the country that they're from. All right, so that makes it fair. If you just had wire guys there, then your country wins something and they get no coverage.
Yeah.
You see, so they allow 1 or 2 passes for accredited credentials for local press. Now, F1 car racing, you get vests, right?
Yeah.
These stinky old vests. You see them wear it, right? And the Federation of International Auto Racing, whatever the body is, they have so many vests, and these vests go from venue to venue. So if you finish the say the Japanese Grand Prix F1 car race, then those vests that were given to the wires are then passed to the next venue.
Okay.
All right.
They just use them over and over and over again.
Yeah, so they get pretty stinky and stale.
Yeah. In the last Olympic, you could see some of them using the vest, and every vest has a number, correct? And that was for the accredited photographers. So you could see their numbers.
Here's
what's he asking me?
He's asking you, when you were shooting motorsports, did you ever cut the fence or paint it black when shooting through it?
No.
Jim just pop in.
Well, Jim, if you go back, rewind like 5 minutes into the show, I shared some of the pictures you sent me. I hope you don't mind. Congratulations to you and being a grandparent again, and your wife, and hope everyone is doing well. The baby appeared to have a good set of lungs from some of the pictures that you sent. So I'm sure everybody's doing well. And congratulations once again. And like I mentioned earlier when you weren't here, that, as you continue to have more grandchildren, Jim, the problem is it does make you feel older. That's the negative. Doesn't outweigh the positives, but that when you as the grandchildren grow up, it just you feel like I know as my grandchildren get bigger and bigger, especially since I don't see them very often. When I do, there's a big change in them from the last time I saw them, and I feel like I come home and I feel like I aged 10 more years. Scary. What else did we have going on here? Oh, I'll go back to gear later on. I'm going to skip ahead to a couple of things that are not original thoughts from me. Maybe one of these things is, but some of this is just stuff that I've read on other channels, or may have responded to on other channels from other content creators. So I will give credit to the content creator. First, I'm going to talk about a story that I found very disturbing, very irritating, and goes like, yeah, okay, a lot of us, obviously, I have a small, Nikon shop in my house, obviously, from the signage you could tell, and most of my inventory I store in Australia at Roy's house, just so you know. He carries most of my inventory, but I love all cameras, any brand. Okay, so we have a community or people that are nice enough to come on the show in the chat and participate, that own a wide variety of photo equipment, whether it be Sony's or Olympus. Some people own multiple brands. They maybe have a camera setup that they use when they travel, that's maybe smaller and lighter than what they use when they're home shooting in the neighborhood, type of thing. So it's very upsetting to me when any camera brand is kind of like putting the screws to their consumers. And now Simon, from Ordinary Filmmaker, was telling a story about a consumer that had already put out a video about a problem that he was having, and the person's name is Corey, and I guess he has a YouTube channel as well, but he's from Camera Nerds Media, so I'm not sure the name of his channel. That might be the name of his channel, but anyway, he bought a used Sony FX3. It had version 2.0 firmware in it. He was learning the menu system, fooling around with the camera, using it for about a month. So, basically got to where he knew the camera, fairly well. And at that point, decided that he was going to update the camera with the latest firmware version, which at that time was version 5.0. So it was officially released firmware from Sony. He put it in his FX3 camera. And now Simon says, well, it didn't brick it, but it did, basically. He didn't have any problems with the functionality of the camera until he put the version 5 firmware update in the camera. Basically, if he tried to shoot a video, it would run for 3 seconds, and then the camera would reboot itself and get all screwed up. If he tried to take stills for a few minutes, it would do the same thing. So Simon didn't like to use the term that the camera was bricked, but I'd say if it's unusable after 3 seconds of use, it's bricked. So let's just call it the way it is,
Yeah, it's a brick.
But the buyer did nothing wrong, and he contacted, Sony, and talked to people in different. Eventually was sent to customer, to the repair department. Had to call their repair department. Now the camera was over a year old, so they said, well, it's not under warranty, and then they said, well, it's going to cost you a minimum, including the shipping costs. The minimum fee would have been over $700 to fix this camera. And he said, you don't understand. You're not listening to me. The camera worked fine until I downloaded your firmware into the camera, which then wrecked the camera. And they basically told them, too bad.
Sony's like that.
You're blank out of luck, right? So they said, it's the minimum for any problem with an FX3, the minimum cost for repair is like $670 or something like that. I might be off $10, and you add shipping, you're over $700. Imagine that. No matter what's wrong with that camera, if you have to send it in, the flat repair rate is almost $700.
Can he reinstall the old firmware?
That's absolutely insane. And then he was very polite. He recorded his conversation, which Simon shared on his channel. Because Simon, I give him credit. He's trying to, support this person that had an unfortunate situation with the camera manufacturer, and they're not going to bat for him. And so Simon talked to the guy and said, do you mind if I rebroadcast or talk about your situation, to get more people aware of what's going on, and maybe, peer pressure being put on Sony might get them to do the right thing. So apparently right now the buyer is still in communications with Sony, but nothing, as of the other day, has been ironed out. If you want to see more detailed discussion on the issue, you can go and watch Simon's channel, and he has a link to Corey's initial video, and you can watch that. But, this should be a no-brainer that Sony should repair any camera if their firmware causes it to not work anymore or not function correctly. Doesn't and I don't care if it was a Sony or a Nikon or a Panasonic or an Olympus or whatever. This is just so totally unacceptable. It's ridiculous. So I tip my hat off to Corey, who throughout this process has been extremely civil and polite through the whole thing, because I know a lot of people wouldn't be so civil and polite. But I'm calling out Sony right now on this show. From what I saw and the reporting that's out there now, is do the right thing and take care of your customers, because it's also on the Sony. Other people have complained about having the same exact thing happen to them when they put that firmware on their cameras. So it's not an isolated situation. He asked them if they've had this problem before, and they admitted how they worded it was, yeah, we've had a few instances of this, but not to the point where we're doing any major investigation, on it. But so they know they have a problem, and they're trying to get the person to pay to get it fixed when the person did nothing wrong.
Well, so one of the biggest problems is that Sony probably uses a outsourced support and right? They use an outsource center.
They've got no workshops of their own.
They don't have their own.
All Sony workshops are outsourced.
And then, I've had a similar situation in Sony here. Their support sucks. They just, hey, it's like, we're the government. We don't care. We don't have to.
Yeah, I know if, I don't want to come across as hating a certain brand, because I don't hate cameras.
Well, it's not hate. It is what it is.
This is just, I hate this situation. This situation is absolutely.
I hate the situation, but it is what it is. Corey's not the only one.
No,
I've experienced it. They'll just kind of ignore you, and that's how they make it. That's how they make a buck. Just to look at it, whether it's broke or not, it's $630. Then it's plus, right? Is what they're telling them.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, for those of you that maybe have one of those cameras, let's put it this way: if you have not installed version 5.0 firmware, don't do it. Read up on it. Don't do it. It seems like a lot of people are having a problem with it. And this is another reason. And Simon brought this up, and we never really talked about it too much. But some of us, when Nikon comes out with a firmware update, we upload it right away. Other people, if it's a major update, some people might wait a week or two to see if there's anything that the camera all of a sudden doesn't do that it did before the firmware update, just so they can make sure, let somebody else be the guinea pig and see if it's a problem. And then if I don't hear anything bad in a couple weeks, then I'll put it on my camera. I
never had a problem with Nikon in the last 20 years.
Tiny little problems a bit.
Yeah.
But nothing like this.
No, this is a horrible thing, and I hope Sony does the right thing. And
you're right. It's a brick. It's a brick.
It's a brick. I mean, don't say it's not a brick. 3 seconds of operation doesn't make it a non-brick.
Oh man!
It's
Did he try to reinstall the old software or old firmware?
I don't know. Can you do that?
I don't know if you could do it.
You can on the Nikons.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do that on a Sony, because I would have thought
working well enough, you might be able to, if you still got a copy of it.
Yeah. But anyway, just be careful. I mean, if I had any camera company, any brand I own that treated me like that, unless I had $10,000 worth of gear from them, I would be, let's just say,
I'd punch out.
I'd clock out. Now, moving on to another stolen topic, since this is tonight of slow news, so I'm stealing topics, and I admit it. But I give credit to who came up with the topic. Was Grays. Grays had a good topic on their show. Con did, and the show revolved around, what's your travel photography setup? What do you bring with you when you travel? And so, speaking just for myself, I know my setup would vary greatly depending on where I was going. If I was going to see my grandchildren, I just bring my ZF with my 24 to 120, and that's all I bring. I bring a very small kit, and that's all I need to take pictures of my family is that camera and that lens. Now, if I was going to go on a vacation type of thing, a regular family vacation, I'd probably take multiple cameras and at least 3 lenses. But then again, if I was going to do a photocentric, if I was going to go to Costa Rica or go to Iceland like Gustavo did, I would be my own worst enemy. I would probably bring way too much stuff with me because I would feel like I don't want to miss an opportunity, and I'd probably load my bag with lenses and a minimum of 2 bodies and multiple lenses. And then when I got home, I'd be kicking myself in the behind because I didn't use half of what I brought with me. But that's probably what would happen to me. So I think this was just a great great topic to bring up and see, starting with the people on the panel, what do you, if you know, based on how you travel or do what I did. Now, what would you bring with you if you were just doing a family vacation? What would you bring with you if you were doing something serious regarding your genre that you like to shoot the most in your photography? What do you guys like to bring with you, or what have you brought with you when you've traveled? And then we'll flow it into the chat and see what the folks in the chat say.
I think pros take what's needed and backups of everything. They don't take too much gear. They know what they're going to shoot, so they know what to take. It's the enthusiast that takes everything they own.
Right, Gustavo?
No, but I agree. It's location specific, correct? Depending on what you expect to photograph, correct? So, so one thing that I do that anytime, and I mentioned that before. My camera bag is always packed, correct? And the reason why I do that is because when you travel, you're going to carry the lenses on the camera. It's just little things that unless you are very systematic, you will lose. You will not bring, correct? Like, lens swab and cleaning cloth. So those little things that you use that are essential, I keep them in my main camera bag. So even here at home, I operate out of my camera bag, so that when I have to travel, that goes with me, correct? So you have to have the spare batteries or the right connection cables. But it's very location specific, right? And still, you're going to sometimes find out that you didn't bring if you have never been in that location before, then you find out that there is something that you will do next time, right? So the problem is traveling with the long telephotos, correct? Because that is heavy and occupies a lot of space.
Yeah, if I was, I'll put up David Stewart's, we know what David likes to take pictures of, and I would say that if I was going on a family vacation, to be honest with you, and it was somewhere really nice, but I'm not specifically going for birding. Okay, it's just a general family vacation. I would probably almost bring what he has here on the list. The only thing I might add to this is a macro lens
and a speed light.
And that's pretty much what I would bring. But if I was going strictly on my own, or to Costa Rica or Africa or something like that, my lens selection would be a lot different than this. But if it was just like a recreational vacation, family thing, you're enjoying the city that you're in, or the more landscape photography, would be more likely. But at least having the 1-400, that you could use that, if you did see some birds, you might be able to get away with. I might throw in a teleconverter in case I want to bring the 1-400 with a teleconverter, bring those other lenses and throw in a macro. So if they got beautiful flowers there, I can use my macro lens. And then I can always, the 20 to 120 is a great close focus lens for flowers as well. So, but yeah, it would definitely, it would depend on what people like to shoot. Jeff and Leslie, they're saying when traveling, normally carry a body, a wide angle lens, a tele lens, a macro lens, a few batteries, some extra memory cards. Pretty much what he carries in the field all the time.
The two bodies, I think, is important, because the chances are that depending on the location, that you may have problem, and if you bring only one body, you're going to be changing lenses all the time, so your sensor is going to get dirty. Okay?
Yeah.
But one accessory that I got for this last trip that I recommend, actually, after using it, I think it's a saver as well, is this little thing. So it's it has all the different type of connections for international travel in one. And you can find of those very cheap, but this is relatively well made. Actually, my wife was the one that researched it, right? And it costed like $20 something, but it's very well built. And the good thing is, not only has all the different connections, but on this side, you see, it has a USB power connection, and on here have the new type of connection here, and then it has a bunch of USB connections here. So you can use this. So this little thing allow you to charge your camera at night, your batteries, but also power your iPad and charge your phone and your. So in a way, this is a good solution because you have a lot of things in one. So this one was a great saver for us in the last trip, right?
Yeah,
So,
I bought a kit for, if you travel to Europe or out of the United States, but definitely not. That's nice because that's just one item. The one I have, I got like a pouch full of different adapters.
exactly.
I got to use.
I have one of those, hated it, correct? And you eventually lose the one that you need for that trip, and your system is incomplete, right? But this one here is very compact, and it has all the different systems. Nowadays, the good thing is that in the past we used to have problems with 60 versus 50 hertz, right? Nowadays, all of our devices, the power is already good enough, so you just need to
They'll work with either frequency.
Exactly.
More
but it was all these USB port plus the USB-C port that actually make a difference for this one. Actually, I would like to have. So my wife and I were traveling with this, and she had one, I had one, and that was sufficient. So didn't have to bring all the different type of charges for the laptop, for the two iPads, the two iPhones, etc., etc. So highly recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, I know I bought a converter too to go from 220 to 120 as well, because some places do only have 220.
But for our most of our equipment, we don't need that anymore, correct?
Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't need it.
So definitely, from experience, and I used it for 2 weeks. This was a good one to use.
You want to throw the name of that in the chat, Gustavo?
Here you can see it.
Pika.
And it well made as well. You see the little, let's say, in Iceland they have the European style, correct? Which is this one. So the other thing is sometimes you buy one of those, but then when you use it and you try to put it in the socket, it goes down. So this one actually stay on, and the only way to disengage it is has a little button here, and then you can disengage it. Okay, it doesn't retract.
Yeah.
Okay? Unless you press that button. So I was impressed. It was a good. So this will be in my bag all the time. even when I'm traveling here in the US, just because it has all the connections. So I don't have to worry at the last minute to put a bunch of, different power supplies for the different devices.
I'll put up a few other people's comments here. Jeff and Leslie say, if not doing a lot of wildlife, they'd bring the 10 to 18, the 24 to 105, and maybe the macro. Let's see. King Crux says for travel, he would take the Z8 and the 24 to 120 and 3 batteries.
That's very good.
Yes. You gotta take, you gotta have enough batteries. That's for sure. Did you have, I mean, I think at least to be safe, you want to make sure you have at least 2 batteries for every camera you bring with you at a minimum. I mean, if you have more, that's better, but
3. But the what actually was upsetting, correct, is because I brought C8 and C9. You have to have 2 different chargers. Correct?
chargers, yeah.
So I think 2 C8 or 2 C9 would be better. But on the other hand, I think for travel, I think the C8 is a better camera. Like I think what mentioned here. So I went for a business trip to Argentina. Of course, so I was not photographing, but in the evenings, if I wanted to go and do something. So the second time, I brought the Z8 with the 24-120, and I did quite well with only that combination. But it was not a vacation; it was a business, right? And so that's good.
Let's
See,
see.
only batteries as much.
So John, through the entire period in Iceland, it was between 7 degrees centigrade and 10 degrees centigrade. So it didn't change at all.
So David says he has a second camera bag for low light photography. We know David has multiple brands as well, and he made a comment. I'm not going to pull every comment up that everybody's putting up, but he made a previous comment that, yeah, I mean, Nikon has not come out with any, ultra wide angle primes yet, with the Z mount. So David's buying a lot of third party glass, and he's having, he's enjoying it. I mean, he's not having any problems with what he's doing. But he's saying here 2 F mount bodies, 12, 15, 20, 28, 35, and the FTZ2, and he has his main camera bag. Of course, David's got this stuff all in his trailer, his camper.
That's a big camera bag.
yeah, that's the big camera bag. That's like bringing a tool shed with you when you're going out. Jeff and Leslie saying that they're the charter member of the Lazy Club.
The interesting stuff is the camera bag, of course, but then is tripods and monopod. What tripod head you would bring? That's when things become a little bit more. You have to be more selective, right? Travel tripod versus a full. You have to check some bags. I try to avoid checking bags, but obviously you go for more than a week, you have to check bags. Right?
Yeah, I don't like travel tripods much. They're too light.
Yeah. Although nowadays are much better than before.
I'd rather just put the camera on a rock or something with a sandbag.
Well, you had the unfortunate of having one go over a cliff, didn't you?
That was a lighting stand with the lighting.
The lighting stand went
umbrella
over and that's when you're hoping that nobody's shooting a video of you setting up and they get the thing falling over the cliff. And
it was a very strange experience. I never got that lighting back.
Now traveling with traveling with flashlights, That's a different thing. So that's
Well,
one
my,
that you have to think carefully, correct? If you, for
well, my
instance, you go to
lighting box is totally different to my camera box. That's another bag entirely. That can go in the plane as luggage.
I think it gets complicated if you end up going on, well, if it's an overseas flight and you end up going on a, like what we call a puddle jumper type of plane where they can't handle as much luggage, and then you go on the main carrier from the US, and going from the US to say England, that's not a problem. Then you go from there to some other country on a smaller plane, and then you get there and they go, oh, you got too much stuff, you can't put all that on the plane. So that's what scares me, is if you do all this international travel, and you got to have multiple flights, and some of them are large planes and some of them are real small planes, making sure you get all the right information so you don't get yourself in trouble where you have too much stuff and they say you can't put that on the plane.
I've had that situation many times. So Diane and I got it figured out.
So what do you do?
We fly business class. All right. We pay the extra money, fly business class. And when it comes to hand carry, whatever, it's a non-issue.
Exactly.
It just is. You don't have to worry about it. It's just done, right? Now, once you get to your destination, say, for example, Africa or Mongolia, then, okay, what kind of plane we're going? ATR 72. You know what an ATR 72 is? It's the one that crashed in Brazil the other day.
Oh, so you definitely want to go on that one then.
Yeah, well, so a lot of smaller, second tier or third tier destinations use ATR. So it's very, very small. So the only camera bag that fits is the Think Tank 4-wheeler, the smaller one, which they unfortunately don't make anymore. And it fits perfectly in the ATR 72.
Yes, that's 20-pound.
Or an Embera,
bag. I know that one.
what do you call that plane? Embera 190 or one of those CJRs. Embraer. Yeah. It'll fit there. It'll fit in a regional jet like, American Eagle. It'll fit there. So you can put but that's the only bag that I've used. It's a 4-wheeler that fits. Now your normal camera bag, shoulder bags and stuff, that's not that's no problem. But where they hassle you is like, for example, Air Asia. I mean, this is just so stupid, right? You get there and they say, oh, that's too heavy. You can't carry it on, because they don't have business class, right? So it's a budget airline. So they weigh it and they go, oh, it's overweight. But then they tell you, okay, just take a few kilos out, 1-2 kgs, or say take 5-6 pounds out of it, and then you go through. Now it's okay. Then once you get into the other side, then you put it back in.
Yeah, friend of mine said
it's ridiculous, but that's what they tell you to do. They're complying. Okay, you check in. Oh, this one cannot. But then they tell you, never mind. As soon as you get to the other side, then you just put it back.
Yeah. So here's a question for you: how do you travel with your Phase 1 kit?
Well, your Phase 1 kit, I don't have one, but you definitely want to carry that with you. Now, I guess
in your case, it would be if you're bringing if you're bringing your medium format Fuji and all the lenses with you. How the heck
that's no problem.
That's not a problem.
No, because if you fly business class, you can take as much as you want. They don't care.
Wow.
Right. Now, I had a friend who flew from San Francisco, right? San Francisco to Taiwan, and then off to Singapore, right? So the gate, they hassled him like a champ, man, because he, flying economy class, and he was a birders, right? So he's not gonna check in a 600. There's no way, right? So he says, never mind. He says he wore one of those photography vests, and he just took that lens out and he carries it like a baby, takes two other lenses, sticks it in his photo vest, right? And then they don't care. And once he gets on the plane, puts it back.
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, it's so screwy.
Yeah.
But that's the way those
now
gate agents
obviously,
are.
obviously like say some photographers, if they're, well, let's just say guys from National Geographic or people from England that are doing those full-length 1 hour nature shows or what have you. They have all the stuff shipped ahead of time to wherever they're going.
Yeah, they
And
have it
it's just
shipped
there when they get
right,
there.
exactly. They'll DHL all that stuff in advance. I mean, if it's a production crew,
production.
Now, if it's like half a production or a quarter of a production, you just put everything in Pelican cases and check it in. It'll be fine. Hopefully.
You ever have anybody ask you this question, John?
Is that a lens in your pants? Or are you glad to see me? I'm glad to see you. Depends who the agent is.
Some airlines are really getting tough on carrying cameras outside the bag now. I know they consider it an extra item.
But the think tank is, you know which one I'm talking about, don't you, Jeff? The four-wheeler.
Yeah,
the one I got then's probably too big. I mean, I got one recently.
What's it called? Think tank.
It's a think tank.
Yeah, I think it's think tank airporter.
Airport or something.
Yeah,
it
had two sizes. I've had it for about 15 years. It's great, and I had the wheels replaced.
Think tank are good because they're not too heavy.
Yeah,
they're too big and heavy.
They're not bad at all.
Yeah, I bought the. I don't know if it would be. I bought it's this one here. I bought the think tank. They call it the Takeoff version 2.
Is it 4 wheels or 2?
It's got 2 wheels.
All right. Okay. The reason why I get 4-wheeler is that my main suitcase is 4 wheels, so I can put one in right and left hand, and they'll roll at the same speed, and at the same equality.
But good bags are important.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this before, but that's I think it was John McNally in one of these interviews that he did. He mentioned that what he did sometimes when he didn't go with a big production, he will not use a camera bag. He will take a 4-wheel roller, regular, take everything, take everything out. He doesn't want to have dividers. He doesn't want to have anything.
Wrap everything with his underwear and socks.
Exactly. So put the camera and the lenses that he needed, and then use the padding was his clutch chain.
Could be embarrassing on the shoot, though.
Yeah. Wait a minute, my lens filter is in my underwear. Give me a second.
Exactly.
I've never flown first class in my life, so I have no clue what first class is like at all. Never flown first class.
Hey, you know what, Jeff? You should start flying first class and business class, because if you don't, your kids will.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. I like that. Your kids will, yeah. With my money someday, right?
So John, what did you bring so instead of hypothetical, correct?
Yeah.
What did you bring on this last trip to Bangkok?
To Bali?
Yes, Bali. Sorry.
Yeah. So here's what I did. I brought my Z6 III
Okay.
in a Peak Design case that Diana got for free. Peak Design, shoulder bag, because it's so
Okay.
small. 24-120, and then in the rolling case, I wanted to bring the 600 6.3 because I
Okay.
wanted to shoot the surfers, from the beach, which I didn't get to do, and the sunrise. But that's all. That
Okay.
24-120 is
One
just,
camera.
yeah, just one camera. And if I want something super wide, just iPhone the whole thing.
Exactly.
When in doubt, use iPhone, right?
Exactly.
I think Khan was saying on his show that wherever he went on his last trip was the first time that he didn't bring his medium format with him, because I guess normally he brings a traditional mirrorless camera, and then he usually brings a medium format camera with him as well. But yeah, that's it's stressful to figure out what you can fit, what you can. I mean, probably the only thing stuff like battery chargers, battery
that's another
chargers,
issue.
Travel tripod or a monopod, stuff like that. I would just put that in my check bag. I wouldn't worry too much about that.
My Gitzo fits in checked in, so that's no big deal. I just take the ball head off. Okay. Now let me tell you touch on the subject of these batteries, because that is a deal breaker.
That you got to have
depending on the country
carry it
on.
on.
Yeah, all right, because these guys are real paranoid about batteries. All right, so that's first thing they ask you: do you have any batteries
big ones
checked in? You cannot check in batteries, right? And then you can only carry a couple of power banks, 10,000 whatever you call it,
milliamp hours.
Yeah. Only 10,000. All right, and then they'll let you in. Now, certain countries like Diana, she had to go to China, right? And she happened to have a Fuji point and shoot with a small battery, right? And then she checked it in, and the Chinese security called her in, took her to secondary, right? And made her wait an hour and tore her apart and tore that whole thing apart. And she couldn't figure out, am I getting arrested? No. They found out, and she had forgotten this tiny little battery that goes inside one of those point and shoots. You know which one of them I'm talking about? The thin ones, the wafer kind. That's how paranoid they are. So you really got to be careful. Find out. They're real paranoid about these batteries.
Allow you one extra battery.
You don't want to be doing 10 to 20 over a battery.
No.
On the other hand,
and some of these big ones you can get, some of these big ones, Gustavo, those real heavy ones, it's definitely a no.
Yeah. But on the other hand, if they tell you you have to check a bag, you can tell I cannot check it. You have batteries in it, correct? So you can use that argument also to let them to let you in.
They'll take it right off the rack and make you get those batteries out.
Exactly.
Oh man.
But yes, all the batteries have to come.
I'd be in trouble with my power bank because it's 25,600 milliamp.
Oh yeah, well that's a no-go. You might as well have a pipe bomb.
Yeah, I yank out the USB cable and I throw it.
Yeah. Oh,
but
turns you off flying, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just man,
flying's become such a pain.
Well, then now you know why some people say screw it. I'm just going to buy them. I'm going to get my I'm going to have my small camera body kit. I'm going to get my micro 4/3 and I'm going to go, and everything's small and light. So that's
if you see, the thing is, Jeffrey, if you go on a photo expedition, you know, like safari or one of these type of things, then you want to bring everything but the kitchen sink,
Right. Yeah.
right? I mean, you're not going to go to Africa and shoot some kind of giraffe or a leopard with a 24-120 and call it a day. Otherwise, why bother?
Yeah.
Most of those
Right.
groups carry extra big lenses though, just to borrow.
But that's where
So-
the 600 PF. So, for instance, and you know, you guys know I'm mostly wildlife, correct? But I was perfectly happy. I didn't bring the 600 TC or the 800 PF. I only brought the 600 PF, and I got great pictures.
That's
With-
why I can't carry the Gustavo 2.0.
Exactly.
Gustavo
So
2.0.
that lens is, I mean, now, did I go with Costa Rica with only that? Probably not, correct? But even on my last trip to, I think, to California, when I was trying to see if I could photograph some condors, I brought the 800 and the 600, correct? But I use the 600 most of the time, right?
Yeah.
Because
And it's light.
it's very light. So for sure, that's even for wildlife photography, that is a great lens. Now, Iceland is a mixture of birds and landscape. So I needed to I didn't want to bring like the 800, okay? But the 600 with the converters, poof. I mean, you will see in the shows coming on that I did everything that I needed, okay?
Well, I think if I was going to Africa now, you know, when I'm sitting there thinking about what I would bring, you know, I'd leave the 800 at home. I'd bring the 600 PF. I'd bring a teleconverter. I'd bring the Z8 and the Z9. I'd bring the 100 to 400, and I'd bring the maybe for portraits, maybe I'd bring my Plena with me, and I might bring my 24 to 120. So I'd still be bringing a fair amount of lenses, but I mean, in
That's
terms
a
of
lot
the
of
long
gear.
in terms of the long glass, though, I would just bring the 1 to 4 to put on one body if the animals are close to the vehicle, and I would bring the 600 and have the 600 PF on the Z9, and then I would have the other ones if I'm doing other types of photography like people or that type of stuff. But
Do you want to go to Africa one day to do a safari?
I was planning a trip, but it didn't work out. So
What about now?
No, I ended up I ended up adding onto my house or closing in my porch, and I call it the Africa room because the money I had for Africa went into the house.
Well, if you
So-
ever get the chance, I say put it on your bucket list.
So
I mean, I
my
wouldn't do
wife
it
was
again,
very
but
happy.
it is amazing. I don't know how to describe it. It's, if you're a wildlife guy, I mean, you just go, I don't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, my wife's very happy though. We call it the Africa room. I have some decorations. I got a few elephants in there and an Africa mask and stuff like that in the room, and we call it as a joke the Africa room because that was going to be my trip to Africa, and it ended up not happening. And then I ended up just saying, well, you want that room real bad or closed in. So I put the money into the house instead, and now I have no Africa money.
I think you can do it for about $8,000, 8 to 10, right, Gustavo?
If you're planning it all yourself, maybe. But if you go on a tour, you're talking.
Oh,
Most of these guys that do the tours are charging 13 grand.
don't go with them.
Yeah.
I went through. I know the guy himself in Tanzania, Charles, and he did the whole thing. And you don't need those like those other fellows because they're making most of the money, Jeffrey. And when you get there, they're not telling you anything really because you're in there. You're in the Jeep by yourself, you and somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to go to have somebody tell me how to shoot. I know how
Yeah,
to
exactly.
shoot.
Well, that's my point. So why pay for it? So if you do it on your own, I did it for I think we did Diane and I $7,000 each. for, I think it's 10 days in Tanzania and the Serengeti. Yeah, I mean, it was well worth it. I used a D4S and a D850. Fantastic.
Now,
So
Gustavo, you've used the 2x converter on the 600 PF, right?
Yes,
And you've
no problem.
and you've been happy with it, right?
For sure.
see,
So again, what we can do today, in the past, we could not do and get result that you are happy with. But the 600, and of course, you are shooting at what, F13,
Yeah.
but with the ability for now working with a high ISO nowadays, it's amazing, correct? So
yeah, it's not like the
you
old
can
days.
it's not like the old time. And I tell you, I used to carry that F4G, correct? And that was
Oh,
I've
that
still got
was
it.
exactly that was really, really, really painful.
See, if you had
but that was
if you had two of those, you use it for barbells now. You use it for exercise.
that's why I got a knee replacement, because of that
exactly.
D400. See that?
David brings up the whole thing with the batteries. Yeah, if they the lithium ion batteries, that's got to be in your check. That's got to be in the bag that you're bringing on the plane, because,
That's right.
like he says, if it's in the hole, the fire occurs in the hold, the whole plane's going down.
You're gone.
Yeah, if it's in under your seat or in the lug or in the overhead, they could put it out. But if it's in the hole, then you're screwed.
I wanted to ask
back
Gustavo about your trip
Yes.
to. I wanted to ask you, Gustavo, about your trip to Iceland, because I really enjoyed Iceland a lot.
So do I. So do we. My
Did you
wife
have
and
a
I
good
enjoyed
time?
it. Oh, fantastic! I certainly will go back now that I have the experience. I will certainly go back.
Now,
Yeah,
you said you did a lot of walking. So my
Well,
question is, was the walking, I'm assuming, was on
airports.
you were going up and down hills and stuff like that, right? You're not like on flat ground, right? For the most part, you're walking
Yeah,
in the
no. You have to do a lot of walking. I mean, John knows, correct? You get to all these where all these waterfalls are. Sometimes you have to walk for 20 minutes, correct? 25 minutes and uneven ground. Correct?
uneven
But
But
ground.
it's not bad though, right, Gustavo?
it's not bad.
It's got a nice paved trail. So that one, there's hundreds of waterfalls and some got stairs. It's pretty well set up for tourists.
The only thing is you have to get that's the other thing. You have to get good shoes, correct?
Yeah.
Get some hiking shoes, correct?
Yeah, hiking with good tread on them.
Now I brought. I can tell you that these are kind of mistakes that we make. Right? I brought some hiking shoes that and I brought some hiking boots. So to cover your a little bit more, give you a little bit of support. Actually, I could have done it with one set of hiking shoes. I didn't have the two. Okay. The other thing that I would recommend, you bring your hiking shoes, make sure they are impermeable, because Ireland is raining all the time. The ground is wet, correct? Even if they are low cut, that they don't cover it completely, they are going to get wet. And soggy socks, that really is bad, correct? So those are the kind of things that you need to be that are good advice. Right? Now, going back to the issue of planes that John was saying, because it happened to me sometimes, even flying from here to Calgary, correct? So you can do a couple of things. Sometimes you get the regional jets that don't allow that think tank airport. The one that you have that will not fit. It will be like the one John said that you cannot fit that one there. The good thing is sometimes you can drop your bag correct? In where the spawner planes at the point that you go to the stairs, correct? So at least you see your bag going in, and then you pick it up afterwards, correct?
Well,
But
I know the one that I bought. The one that I bought is sized for international travel.
that's no problem. But those regional jets, like John was saying,
Yeah.
or those they are not, those are not going to fit. But sometimes you give the bag and you see your bag going on the belly of the plane. So the smaller planes sometimes are less trouble, so except for weight, because they are careful on the total weight of the plane, correct? But then you see your bag going in, correct? So that's not so much trouble. The sometimes flying here in the US, they give you some more hassle. Now going, let's say, across Europe, those bigger planes, they do have more space, correct? Even the one that has 3 rows, 5 and 3, those big. They have big containers, correct? It is the over the sea containers in the regional planes that John is mentioned, correct? So if I fly to Calgary or Oklahoma City or something close, I sometimes go and check what type of plane I'm flying.
Yeah,
because
good idea.
then you can
Good
say,
idea.
this one has the right type of place to store my luggage, correct?
Well, you have to worry though if you go to get on the plane and they're weighing everybody as they go on.
Exactly. I will be the one that need to throw out.
They'd look at me, they'd say, lose 50 pounds quick and we'll let you come on the plane,
I can tell you one thing. You flying those corporate jets, right? For your company, they do weight you, correct? Those smaller planes, because they have a certain capacity, and they do weight you, and they tell you your weight is this and that, because sometimes they have to throw people out and say they cannot go.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They weigh you.
Wow. I was saying that jokingly. I didn't know they
No,
actually did that. So they really do that, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, a pound
Because
is a pound, man.
They go, we'll have to strap you on the wing and give you an oxygen mask. Have a good trip.
for business, and if you fly, for business in corporate aircraft, sometimes you have to, for instance, helicopters. They need to know how much they are putting on. Okay, I can tell you, that regulation sometimes changes from winter to here in the Rockies, for instance, from winter to summer, because obviously here higher elevation, the air is less dense, so they will have a certain weight capacity on depending whether you're traveling in winter. Winter actually is easy. Let's say to go to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, correct? Which is typical. I think Jackson Hole, Wyoming is about 6,000 feet, correct?
Hey, we got someone getting married here soon. If he didn't already, I forgot the date. Joey, when's the date, man?
Not yet. Next weekend. Next weekend.
Oh, I said it's either today or next week. That was my guess.
Yeah, you were close. You were very close. Yeah, 1 week out, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Wow. For you to even come on here and say hi when you got 1 week away from getting married, boy, we appreciate that.
It's my pleasure. Well, next weekend's definitely a write-off, so I thought I'd come on for a little bit.
When you come back, we call you Mister.
Yeah, right. You guys can start taking me seriously. Then you're gonna be like, man, I'm gonna look so much older. Like I'm gonna have the same hairline as Jeff. The minute the wedding's on,
this is beauty. This is beauty at its best. Let me tell you.
Oh, I love it. Very aerodynamic, easy to maintain. I love it.
Yeah.
I got married at 51, Joe.
Nice. That's awesome.
At 51, I was 18 years old.
Yeah. I love that. It's just like night. Yeah, exactly. Change overnight. How y'all doing?
If we see Joe in 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now, he'll have this little white streak through his hair.
I already got some gray. I got some gray going in there. I'm starting to feel like an elder statesman. It's getting good.
I don't know what to say, Joe.
Grecian formula, man. Grecian formula.
100%. But I am excited. It's gonna be great. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you,
my friend.
Yes, we wish you guys the best. Where are you going? Where are you planning to go after for your honeymoon?
That is not decided yet. We're working on that. So we're already taking a couple weeks off for the wedding. Like we're bookending it. So we're gonna wait and do our honeymoon in the new year. And so far we're going all over the world because we haven't decided anything. It's like Fiji, Tahiti. I think we were looking at the south of Spain as well, and then Bali. So yeah, no decision.
Bali. I just got back from there.
John just went there.
Nice.
John was just there
last week.
How was it?
Stay at the Hyatt Regency in Sonora. The service is incredible. The Hyatt Regency. Awesome. It's very, very good.
Excellent.
I mean, there was a lot of honeymooners. Yeah, Bali is excellent. So, but if you need a car and driver, just let me know, and I'll have my guy wait for you at the airport, and he'll pick you up.
Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate that.
And he charges $61 US for 12 hours per day.
That's really good.
Cheap. No, so you let me know. I'll give you the contact. His name is Made. I've been using him for 20 years because I go to Bali once a year, twice a year. So he's the guy.
Beautiful. No, that's awesome. Yeah,
right?
I know if we end up picking that as our spot,
if you choose Bali. You'll enjoy it. It's beautiful. What can I say? It's awesome.
Speaking of travel, we got Luis is on a plane.
Where's he going?
He says, let's see, he's in the Amsterdam airport at 4:30 a.m.
Where's he going?
I don't know where his end destination is. He emailed me earlier, but I don't. Let me see if I could find it. Where he was going.
Gustavo, I flew that Icelandic Air, from Paris to Reykjavik.
Oh, that's the. I tell you, the only complaint that I do have about Iceland is that the airport is rather small for the kind of traffic they get.
Yeah, Reykjavik.
Yes.
Yeah.
The airport is too small for the amount of tourists they get. So
it's become such a hot tourist destination.
Yeah.
And their hot dogs were like $8, man.
I think they still are, but they're good.
There was a question in here. How much were hot dogs in?
It was about $8.
$8 for one hot dog?
Yeah.
I hope they're sourcing their meat from like the inside of a volcano or something.
Actually, they are made of the hot dog made of lamb. And I tell you one thing, they are good. Let me tell you,
if I went on a trip there, I would come home a thinner man. That would be
no. Okay, one thing that Iceland can be pricey food wise, correct?
Very.
But I can tell you one thing, and that's exactly what I told my son. So I'm telling you here is people can travel in Iceland with all sort of budgets because you can go to 5-star hotels, or you can go camping in a van that is already equipped for you to be moving from location to location and living out of a van. So everybody can make it. You adapt your budget. So if you are in a van, a young person, right, Joy, you can you go camping and then you stop in a supermarket and you go and do your trip like that, because a lot of time spent in the road, correct? So it's well organized country, so in as much as any kind of budget will allow. But the food is a little bit expensive. I found that the food was good, but the hot dogs actually the hot dogs on the gas stations are quite good. They actually put fried onions, regular onions, then the hot dog, and they use mustard, ketchup, and remoulade sauce. So they are a little bit different than a regular hot dog, correct? But they were good, correct? So you have to, part of traveling, correct, is without going crazy, is experimenting a little bit with the food in the other places. For instance, when I travel in Malaysia or in Indonesia, Brunei, I didn't have any problem. I mean, most of it was tropical food. It was different from my tropical fruit, but kind of the flavors, I love it. Correct? Now, you need to be careful with what you eat, that is cooked and well prepared, but the type of quality of the food.
You know, Gustavo, I've traveled all over the world and eaten all sorts of crazy stuff. And the only 2 times I got food poisoning in New York not that long ago, but in Asia, the only 2 times I got food poisoning. First time was in Korea. We were at the huge mall in Seoul that's pretty close to Gangnam. And I went out and I got a pastrami sandwich and I died. I could have eaten anything else, but the pastrami sandwich killed me. Then when I went to Vietnam, I ate street meat and all sorts of delicious stuff. And then I found the one McDonald's in all of Hanoi. Instant food poisoning. And I was like, man, I just got to eat what the locals are eating. And also I didn't see anyone else from Vietnam at the McDonald's. I was like, this is weird. Why? Where is everyone?
Because it's fresh. You know, Vietnam, I don't know where you were, in Hanoi or Saigon.
Yeah, I lived in Hanoi for 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the food in Hanoi is amazing.
Oh, gangbusters, the bun cha.
Man, I tell you, it is just to go to Vietnam just for the food is, and it's so cheap, and you sit on those tiny little stools and eat their pho or phao or whatever that is. Oh,
yeah, it's so good. But it's funny, bun cha I could not get anywhere outside of Vietnam. Like I used to, the hotel we lived at, they always used to serve bun cha for breakfast in the morning. So I got hooked, and like I came back to Canada, and it was like every place I'd be like, "Do you guys do bun cha?" They're like, "No, we don't do bun cha." That was so sad. So I ended up making my own bun cha finally out of like turkey, and it's like super low calorie. It's so good. Don't mean to toot my own horn, but it's good.
I think I would not make a very good international traveler because how do I want to word this? I guess I'm one of those people that, you know, I think there'd be a lot of foods that I would be scared to eat because I've never had it before and I really don't know how it tastes, and I'm not very adventuresome when it comes to my palate. It's pretty, you know, pretty well.
Hot dogs.
It's well defined. If I remember there was a guy that I worked with that had to go to China one time. It was either China or Taiwan. I forget which one, but he said, you know, they were eating, you know, chicken feet and stuff like that. And he couldn't eat that. And he said, I mean, he came back and he lost like 50 pounds. He was there for like a month or something, training or doing something. And he says, I hardly ever ate. He says, I couldn't eat the food. I just couldn't do it. And that's how I
That's too bad because, you know, it
would be, you know, up here, you know. I know that.
That's the problem. It's up here.
And I would just say, I won't eat that.
It's the food is. That's why the young people on YouTube, right, Joe? I mean, they're going to all these countries eating street food, and they're just going crazy. Nasi lemak and all that, right, Joe?
I know it's a big thing, you know. Even when I was living in Korea, the number of YouTubers that were just going out restaurant to restaurant, and we tried to do that on the channel I was working on when I was living there, and it didn't work too well for us. But yeah, it was crazy the number of people you'd run into, and it's just so cool because like I feel like anytime I've gone, like when I first left Canada to live in Korea, it was my first time living overseas. You know, I'm born and raised in Calgary. Like I traveled, sure, but I hadn't really like immersed myself in culture anywhere outside of Alberta. And you know, Jeff, it was like I was like that too. Like when I first went there, I was like, there was kimchi with everything, and like I was like, oh man, I don't know if I can do this. But I think after it's almost like when you look at a lake in Canada and it's like 2 degrees in the water, and you know, in the middle of August, it's still going to be 2 degrees. You either got to jump headfirst into that water and embrace it, or don't get in at all. And that's the key, I think, with some food.
Yeah, good point. But it is, I mean, the food is, to me, is a large portion of my life.
Oh, me too. I'm a
The
foodie,
amazing.
100%.
You do you watch Jet Lag Warriors? Those Canadian guys.
No, I haven't watched it. I haven't watched that one. I'll have to write that one down.
Yeah, Jet Lag. Now he's a Canadian guy with his wife, and they travel for the last 5 years all over the world. And that guy will eat anything. If it moves, he's eating it. But
That's awesome.
I'm just going to throw in a few
tons
things here
and tons
from the
of
chat.
the young people, Jeffrey. I can't believe.
I'll throw a few things in here quick from the chat, so I don't get too far behind. Luis is sharing what he takes when he travels. Z8 D750 500 PF.
Hey, Wayne is here.
24 to 120. And Luis, obviously he says went to the USA, he had no idea what to eat because he doesn't come to the US a lot. I take it. So yeah, I think if you live in Asia and you've come into the US for the first time, it's probably the same thing. Like, what's this? What's that? Oh, I don't think I want to eat that. I don't think I want to eat this. I mean, all I know is if I want to lose weight quick, I'll go somewhere where everything scares me.
Look,
I mean, where I live here in Kuala Lumpur, I went to Shake Shack.
Kale is so diverse. I love the food in Kale. Like you've got Little India, you've got Thai food. Like it's.
Oh, jeez. Look at this one. Forget it. Not happening.
Deep fried tarantula. Roy, we both know you have not eaten a deep fried tarantula.
Come on, guys.
Come on, Roy.
You see, if you want to eat tarantula, it's because you want to eat tarantula. Correct? I mean, it's common sense. That's what John and Joe are trying to tell you, correct? For once, nowadays, even if they show you a menu in another language, you put Google Translate and you can read it, correct?
Yeah.
Sometimes, Gustavo, exactly. I have a story on that one though. Like when when I went to Korea, it was about -40 here in Calgary the night I left. There was a blizzard. My buddy drops me off the airport, so I'm wearing shorts and a t-shirt because I'm like, it's 10 degrees there. This is like a utopia from where I'm leaving. So I fly over and I've downloaded English to Korean on Google Translate. So I'm like, when I get there might not be any internet. So get there, they take me to the Ramada Hotel in the shipping district of all places. So they drop me off there. It's probably the sketchiest place in Korea. I've like everywhere else was safe. There wasn't, but I get in there and I'm like, oh, there's a restaurant, so I'll go down there. So I get the menu and it's in Japanese. And I'm like, oh no. And there's no internet. There was no Wi-Fi for whatever reason. So I was like trying to translate this menu, having none of it. So I look on there and I see a photo that I think looks like a salad. So I order the salad. Comes out, it's twitching. It's got moves. It's octopus that they had just chopped up. So it's moving. And I'd never even eaten sashimi at this point. Like I was very Calgary boy, steak, beef. Like that was my world. So I paid for it and I said, hey, I can't eat this. My bad. I should have known what it was. So I get up and I leave and it's raining cats and dogs outside. I look across the street and I see something that says Guinness Pub. It's the only thing in English on that whole block. So I'm like, Guinness Pub. They probably have burgers. I'll go there. So I go there. I sit down at the bar. I'm looking at the menu. The whole back wall opens like this. And there's a Yakuza game going on in the back. All these guys are like tatted up sleeves and they're playing. And I'm like, okay, I can't stay here either. So I get up and I go back across the way. I asked the lady at the hotel desk, I said, hey, can you just get me like a normal pizza? I don't know what that, like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I just need like a pizza, like Domino's. If you got Domino's, she's like, yeah, we got Domino's. I'll order you like what people usually get. Pizza arrives. It's black because they use squid ink in it, and it's covered in corn, which I'm allergic to. So I did myself to sleep, and I'll try again tomorrow.
Well, Wayne has a funny comment here that he loses weight when he goes to China because he can't use chopsticks. Takes him too long to eat the meal.
Oh, man.
And then he says, if it smells good, I'll eat it. I'll try it. And you can tell me what it is later. Yeah. No, I got to know what it is before I even think about putting it in. I don't say, oh, it smells good, I'll eat it. No, I want to know what I'm eating.
Well, when you come out of here, Jeffrey, I'll take you to some fish head curry.
No way. No.
Yeah, Singapore style.
It's good, huh, Joe?
I have not had it. That was something I was not brave enough brave enough to
Fish
try.
head, man. What? It's fish.
Yeah, but I don't know. That one's a little out there.
Yeah, so Luis is going to the Azores right now. That's where he's
Oh, that's
heading.
a nice place.
That's where he's heading.
That's Spain, isn't it?
Portugal.
Portugal?
Yes.
Portugal.
No, but I think it's just to be a little bit savvy with what you eat, correct? So you can eat. So you're going to eat something from a street vendor, and it's deep fry in front of you. You're not going to have problem, correct? But for instance, people go sometimes. They go to, I don't know, a place and they want to eat lettuce or salad. Well, that's a bad news, correct? You don't eat that because chances are that they are not being sanitary to the same conditions in other places, correct? And you read, correct? I mean, for instance, in Iceland, many menus have horse ribeye. Some people have problem eating horse. I didn't eat the horse ribeye, but I don't go, oh my God, that's crazy. I mean, you have to adapt or imagine this, Jeff. In one restaurant there was guillemot. You know,
I
guillemot.
wouldn't eat a horse. I wouldn't want to be walking around going.
But that's not the only thing. That's not. But that's not the only thing that there was. The fish was excellent, correct? Cod. It's
I don't eat oysters. Forget oysters and mussels because
exactly.
I got sick on oysters.
Yeah.
I'm not eating oysters.
So, John, your buddy Wayne's going all over the place in Mongolia, heading to Hong Kong Thursday and to Malaysia on Saturday.
Yeah, it looks like he's coming back Saturday here. Well, maybe I'll see him next week.
So ask John or Wayne. Wayne is a good guy. So, John, when you go to Mongolia, I mean, go to an exotic place, correct?
Yeah.
What did you eat? I mean, you have your guide, correct?
Well, that's a good question because I've been there many times, and that's where I lose 50 pounds easy because I just cannot eat Mongolian food. It's just not me because they eat a lot of lamb and it's fatty and the stews, and it's just I can't do it, and the horse milk, and it's just really tough, especially when you go out into the boonies and they're chowing down. I just can't do it. I'm kind of like Jeff there. What is it? I can't do this Kazakhstan food, I'm sorry. So yeah, so I can't wait to get into the big city and go to a decent hotel. But when you're out in the boonies, it's pretty rough food.
I mean, I like seafood, but if somebody says, "Well, we're serving lionfish tonight," well, if you don't do that just right, you may be your last meal you ever eat.
Yeah, well, just stick to the snapper and the grouper.
Yeah, give me cod, give me haddock,
Yeah,
give
cod.
me. I mean, I'll eat shark. I've eaten shark before. I'll eat shark.
Oh, in Iceland, shark is very special.
In Iceland, it's Arctic char. I had Arctic char up to my head. Did you try that Arctic char?
Yes, that's
yeah,
and that is kind of almost like fermented. So my wife, I mean, you have to try it, correct? You try it.
Yeah, you have to try it because they eat a lot.
You're not going to eat it every day, but it's provided sanitary.
But I had the best cod fish and chips in Iceland. The cod fish and chips is incredible.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I can tell you one thing. So we went. This is kind of so you have to be open, correct? So we went to a place, and I will show eventually one of the photos with wonderful rock in the ocean. Correct? You have to drive a dirt road for about an hour and a half. You go there, you do your walking to where close to the beach. You take your photos. Right? So my wife coming back out of there, one thing in Iceland, we were looking where is that you can have, because not all the gas stations have facility, correct? So you have to you need to know locate where the gas stations are. So we come back and my wife say, I want to go to the restaurant. So I say, I think I saw one just before we turn into this power. So we go to that place, and then when you go to the restaurant, you have to put your credit card. So and it was, you pay your credit card. The door didn't open, so I went to the convenience store and I say, it took my card, but it didn't open. I know we opened. So I went inside the store. There were these two ladies, young ladies there, and wonderful smell of just brew coffee, and they were having all sort of different pastry. Right? So in the middle of nowhere, you were having, wonderful pastry. So I agree with John. Part of traveling is be open for the unexpected, right? and sometimes you have wonderful experience. So that location, 2 hours away in a dirt road, in a convenience store attached to an old farm, has the most wonderful pastry that I had taken in the whole trip, right? so that's what you do. You have to be, open, correct? Now, if you don't have to eat raw octopus, but sometimes you find that some local specialty. By the way, the coffee in Iceland is fantastic. They are proud of the coffee, so everywhere you take, you get wonderful coffee. Right? So,
hey Joey, I want to comment that you look a little thin, my friend. You've been starving yourself or what?
yes.
Yeah, all this talking about food's killing me, except when John brought up the fish head stew. That kind of brought it back down, but I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I've been dieting a lot. I lost about maybe 35-ish pounds in the last 4 months. So it's been a lot.
You look like you're starting to look like a different, it's making you look younger, which really is ticking me off, to be honest with you.
I like keeping the mic here because then it makes you wonder.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got facial hair. We'll never know.
Baby face, he's getting thin, he's getting skinny. It's like, oh my God. You're going to look like you're 15 pretty soon.
Well, I actually got ID'd for the first time in probably 2 years. A couple nights ago, I went out for cocktails with one of my buddies, and it was got ID'd, and I was like, "What's happening? I haven't been ID'd to any bars in the city in probably 5 or 6 years." So I don't know, it felt weird.
Enjoy it.
Was nice.
Enjoy it when you can.
Yeah, you do look rather thin. I noticed that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Although in Calgary,
it's the stress of getting married. It's the stress.
Yeah, that's. You want to do this?
In Canada, drinking age is 18, correct, Joey?
It is 18.
What's that?
Yes, it's 18. It's 18 in Alberta.
Canada,
it's different in each province. So some provinces is 19, other provinces is 18.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
my speaker's making sounds.
When I tried with my son to Calgary a few years back, many years back, he enjoyed that. Suddenly, he was 18, not drink here in the US, and then he could order a cocktail or something with the dinner. So you can imagine, as a young person, you feel like a grown-up because you can order regular beer without nobody having an eye on it.
Yeah, it's it's good. But I remember when I went to the US for one of the first times after I turned 18, I was too young. Oh, there's no comment here. Joe, I know where your 30 pounds went. You can have them back if you want. That's good. That's good. Yeah, well, so my bachelor party's on the Friday there before the wedding weekend. So I'm trying to build myself a 5-pound buffer, because I'm not going to drink too much. It's the food that I'm worried about, because the guys that are coming, they could eat, and we're talking donair, deep dish pizza. We're going to be just getting a smorg, and it's going to be epic.
So you're just as they say, getting fit and trim, and then and probably by the time you're 2 days after the wedding, you'll be back the way you were.
No, I had to do too much. Jeff, I've been going to the gym 5 days a week and like I'm miserable. No, I'm keeping it off. I've been
Keeping it off.
counting. I just look at food sometimes and I'm just like, oh, that looks wonderful. I'll have a kale salad. It's just terrible. It is terrible. But eating lots of Vietnamese style food, that helped a lot. I've been eating a lot more Vietnamese, and that has been very, very helpful. Oh, I gotta run. Sorry, my pizza. I actually did order pizza. I'm a bad man. I ordered pizza.
As he says, "Oh, I'm going to keep it off. I'm going to keep it off." Oh, I got to get my pizza.
Yeah. It's a thin crust, not the deep dish. So we're
thin
good.
crust.
Does that make a difference, Jeffrey?
Awesome. Anyways, guys, I got to chat, but hey, nice seeing y'all, and thanks for all the well wishes. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I won't be online next weekend for obvious reasons, but
Gee, I wonder
after, I will be back. And I'll let you guys
have a wonderful ceremony. Have a wonderful time at your wedding, and wish you and your bride the best, absolute best.
Thanks so much, guys. Super appreciate it. Have a great week, and nice seeing y'all as always. And thanks to everyone in the chat for all the well wishes as well. Really do appreciate it.
See you in a few weeks.
Take care, Joey.
Yeah, see you later. Bye-bye.
Now going back to travel, but also on the issue of food, and we leave it at that. Actually, I was going to ask Joey if he makes an arrangement for a photographer for his wedding, but we find out when he comes back. And he's a married man. But the opposite is also happening, guys. Correct? You think that when you travel, you are the only one that have trouble? I mean, you should see sometimes the tourists coming from Asia to the United States in places like Yellowstone, correct? Because they don't know what to eat and the food is different, correct? They go and get these, noodles, correct? So in Yellowstone, you see a great variety of noodles because those people that come from Asia, one thing they know they can eat without trouble, without knowing much, is these, little cup of noodles. Okay, so it works both ways. Okay,
yeah.
What we find alien to us can be alien to them. Right?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. But I guess I should just keep my travel in the United States, and like that way I know what I'm eating. I'm trying to find a comment somebody made way back when, and I was going to respond to it, and I did not, and now I'm trying to find it again. Oh yeah, here it is. Mookie MC says, "Where does one purchase the selective imagery swag, and why are the guests not forced? And why are the guests not forced to purchase some for the whole family?" I bought this, okay, and I got, there's printing on the back. I bought this quite a while back, thinking that if I walked around, where I live and where I'm shooting, that somebody might, say, "Oh, I'll check out that guy's channel," and I could, if I had to bet $50, I'd say, walking around wearing this shirt, the handful of times that I did, probably did not get me one person to watch my show. So it was kind of like not a good investment.
So how many colors do you have it on?
I only had one shirt printed. This is the only one. This is the only one. Only one that I ever.
Well, better a shirt than a tattoo.
I did have the one. I did do a design if I was going to do another shirt, and I think I showed this, but I have it here. I did kind of like go online and create another design, but I didn't go anywhere with it. But I did.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
So I did kind of lay this one out. Just everything's on the front, but I never printed any. Because you got to order, like, to get it for a reasonable price. You got to order a lot of them. I mean, you got to throw down $300-500. And I'm like, what am I going to do with all those shirts? I don't think anybody'd want to buy them. And then you get into, you know, what mix do you get? How many larges do you get? How many 2XLs do you get? How many mediums do you get? So it's probably not worth the headache to do it. But I kind of designed one, but I didn't, another one, but I didn't do anything with it yet. But anyway, the another topic I wanted to bring up, and I'm not, and this was per se not stealing anything from somebody. I don't know if some of you guys have ever watched Scott Keys. He's a wildlife photographer. I really like his show when I get a chance to watch it. So he had a video that recently came out, and I made a comment on it today. I watched it today, and he recently bought a Z6 III. So he had a Z6 III in a box. He hadn't taken it out of the box yet, and he's sitting there and he's saying, I don't know if I made a mistake. He says, I don't know if I want to even take it out of the box. And he was looking for people's suggestions. So his thought process was, he's got a Z9. He wanted another camera, backup camera. But then as he explained it, he says, let me tell you what I want it for. And then I want your guys' inputs, you know, to sway me one way or the other, whether I should keep it, whether I should send it back, so on and so forth. So he says, I want it 60% for video shooting, 30% for macro, and 10% in case my Z9 has to go out and I need, you know, I have to have another body. So I have another body. So I gave him my opinion. But you know, when I thought about this, well, I'll tell you what I told him for my opinion. I says, based on how you're describing how you're going to use it, it's going to be perfectly fine for video. It's going to be perfectly fine for macro shots. I says, it's the 10% when you say you want it to be a backup to your Z9. I says, you may miss it not being 45 megapixels if you're shooting small birds and you can't crop it that much. I said, so, but that's only supposedly 10% of your use case. So I says, if you want to, if you're not worried about the 10%, I think the camera would suit what you want for the other 90%. I says, but if you're worried about the 10%, then you should get a Z8, because with the Z8, you're not going to be compromising at all. But so we'll see what he decides to do. But as I'm watching his video, I'm saying to myself, I obviously recently bought a Z8 not too long ago as a backup for my Z9 and as a separate camera, not strictly just a backup, but as a separate camera, a second camera, so I can have one lens on the Z9, different lens on the Z8, not changing lenses out in the field, you know, that type of thing. Because I get real hung up with dust on my sensor. It drives me absolutely nuts, and it's a pet peeve of mine, and I don't like to change lenses out in the field. So of course the Z6 III came out after I got the Z8. Okay, so the Z6 III never came into play for me. But then I'm thinking about it. I'm saying, okay, I'm wondering, for those that have the Z9 now, if you haven't already bought a Z8, would you buy a Z6 III instead of a Z8? If you did not own the Z8 and you just had the Z9 and you're in the same situation that he's in, what camera would you buy? Would you buy the Z8, or would you save yourself a little more than $1,000 and go with the Z6 III?
Oh, I go straight to Z8.
Same here.
Okay, anybody in the chat, please feel free to add commentary here. Now, at one time I talked about buying a refurb Z9 because I didn't want to spend the full price for a Z9. You know, you could get her at the time, you could get a refurb Z9 from Nikon USA for like $4,500, somewhere around there. And I did think about that a lot, and I almost did it, but then I just said, I think if I get the Z8, I'm not going to complain too much, and I save myself, even more money. So I went with the Z8 route. But then there's certain things that bother me in making that decision, and it has nothing to do with functionality or anything. I mean, I like the capacity of the larger battery. I like having the larger battery. It would have been nice not to have two different types of batteries. So I could get hung up on stuff like that, but in terms of capabilities, I mean, I have no issue grabbing either camera. I mean, it's not a problem. So it's kind of like the battery thing, and I would have liked, and I like having the two CFEB cards in the Z9, not having one of each, the UHS-2 SD card and the CFEB. So there's a few things, but you have to, everything is a compromise, and you got to decide, what's your budget, what do you got to play with, what do you want to sacrifice, by going using a different camera body. But at least they're close enough in terms of the layout of the camera, pretty much identical. There's no learning curve, going from a Z9 to a Z8. And then, and like I said, in effect, because they only have the two function buttons on the front for the Z8 versus 3 for the Z9. But of course, the third one on the Z9 is really for the vertical orientation. When you rotate the camera and do a portrait mode, that's primarily what the function 3 button is for. But then, with the Z8 and setting that up in the menu system, and going through that new feature that Gustavo set up right away, where you could cycle through your autofocus styles, through touch of a button and go through a whole bunch of them. Setting that up on the Z8, I liked it enough to go and reconfigure my Z9 to do the same thing. John's getting ready to go, everybody. So yeah, I figured it would be eating time for you soon.
Yeah.
Go let us know how that tarantula cake is when you have it. And
Yeah, I think
I'll
I'm with you on that. I think I'll pass on that.
pass on that one.
I'm going to go to the Italian restaurant and have some spaghetti.
There you go.
All right, you guys. See you
Have
later.
a good one. Thanks, John.
All right.
See you, John.
Take it easy.
Bye, Gustavo.
But
I saw that same video, and I don't know. I didn't find that, and I like Scott. Like his video, his content is very good, but it sounded a little bit silly for somebody to be asking those questions to the public. He's a well-established photographer. Now, he should know what he needs. All right. So I didn't comment for that reason.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure this was
It's a video.
I'm not going to say it's clickbaity, but it's close.
Exactly.
Close. But
now with total freedom, I tell you, today we were in all these cameras, and I love the C9 I think for me, I would have been better served with two C8s. That is my current today opinion. Love the C9, use it all the time, don't regret it at all. But two C8s, for what I photograph, it would have been better.
see, I'm the other way around, and it's really only for one reason, or primarily one reason, is sometimes I am doing a fair amount of video. And because of that, I like having the larger size battery.
Oh, for sure.
But if I wasn't doing that much, if I wasn't really doing that, it wouldn't matter. If I was only, but sometimes I might try to do some long video. Yeah. It's nice not to have to worry about, I always have one spare battery with me for each camera that I take. and I make sure they're all fully charged before I go out in the field. They're all fully charged. I check them. Yeah, it's just a few things, and it's like, I mean, I don't mind the weight of the Z9 and at all, but I'm using the Z8 too. I don't have a problem with it, but I usually with the Z8 I'm putting on, like I said, if I bring both bodies to the park, I'll put the 1-4 on the Z8 and I put the 600 or the 800 on the Z9.
No, it makes sense, but I think for the travel, I can tell you that the two Z8s make more sense. Because even on the bag, correct? They fit better, correct? So, and the CA is so capable for the size that it's actually, you're not going to get any image quality penalty just having a C8. Right? It's a great camera. What can I say?
We'll say goodnight to Jeff and Leslie. They're getting ready to leave. Obviously, he's probably going out to shoot in the morning, 6:30 a.m. I'm assuming you're going to go out shooting. So have a good night's sleep, or get what you can. And we will hopefully see you next week. And thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it, as always. And let's see. Nikon USA. Okay, here's Mookie saying Nikon USA has a refurbished Z8 for $32.67. And we got Andre. Andre's now in here. So hello to him. Hello to Andre. And he's mentioning that he has the extra battery. He has the Nikon MD battery grip for his Z6 II to have a little extra juice, a little extra gas in the tank, as they say, right? And David's saying that, oops, thought I clicked on him. David's saying he uses them for different uses, short glass on the Z8, long glass on the Z9. That's pretty much what I do. I mean, the 800 to me, I mean, you could put anything on the Z8. It's not a problem. But yeah, for me, the 800 feels more comfortable on the Z9 than it does on the Z8 because of the weight. The 600 don't matter. The PF doesn't matter, either one, really.
Yeah.
But
in the case of Scott, correct? Maybe he wanted for B-roll for his video.
Well, that's part of what he wanted it for. That was the 60% part, and that's where I said, from a video standpoint, it's not an issue, because now you could shoot 4K oversampled 6K, which you can't do with the Z8 or the Z9, because you're either shooting 4K or you're shooting 8K. So like I said, that 60% of the requirements filled right away, and then using it for macro is not going to be a problem.
Exactly.
And then so it really comes down to that 10%. And then the only thing I mentioned was, obviously right now the Z6 III doesn't have the what do you call it? It has the animal subject detect, but it doesn't have bird subject detect. So there is a difference between the two. Subtle, but there is a difference between the two. And we all assume, whether it be correctly or incorrectly, that eventually the Z6 III may get a firmware update to add the bird subject detect. But you never know, because some of the stuff, that a few things that were in the Z8 took a while to show up on a Z9, and then there's some things on the Z9 that may never show up on the Z8. You know what I mean? They're not exactly line on line, which we thought they might do, but they really haven't done it yet. They're still separate. There's still differences. I mean, I think he would be fine with the Z6 III based on how he broke down how he wanted to use it. But at the end, I think, of his video, he said that he is going to take it out of the box, and he's going to try it out, and he's going to write a review about it or what have you. But
that is the part that I don't understand.
Which kind of undercuts the whole thing. Like, let me decide. I don't know if I want to take it out of the box or not, but
that is the part that I don't understand. If something arrives at my door, I want to open the box. So anyway, but no, I think for a different for B-roll, because you do YouTube videos, or a second camera body for a special trip. That's two different things. Right?
Yeah. The let's see, but everybody's got like Mookie's saying he'd go with the Z9 and the Z6 III. So yeah, and like I said, a lot. I think a lot of this decision on this has a lot to do with the genre of photography that you do too. Because if you're not taking pictures of small birds, or
which Scott does,
which Scott does, if you're not taking pictures of small birds, and or just say you don't do wildlife in general, or you only do large mammals, bears, coyotes, that kind of stuff, elk, moose, that's a whole different ball game, right? But if you're doing small birds, then cropping becomes important, even though it's funny that so many YouTubers try to make it out like they never crop. And I'll tell you right now, the only ones that aren't cropping are the ones that have created that wonderful environment in their backyard with the right kind of flowers and the right kind of trees, and they got the feeders set up, and they got the sticks mounted off of here, off of there, and the small birds are 20 feet away from their camera. And okay, yeah, so they're not cropping because the bird's only 20 feet away from their back deck on their house, and that's fine, and that's absolutely fine. But if you're out in the field, and you're like walking through the woods or walking on the side of a road, and you're standing there for half an hour waiting for the birds to get used to your presence, and then showing up in the trees, you're going to need to crop. You're going to need to crop.
And Scott, he mostly specializes on small sunbirds, and he shoot with a 400 2.8. So I think he need to crop. But Sanjay mentioned that he uses 4 batteries on his Z9, right? And I can understand that, because Sanjay is really out there, and that's one thing I can tell you. With all that I love the C8 and this, I think the C9 is slightly more robust. I think if really you are in a tough condition, probably the C9 is a little bit tougher than the C8, right? Has better build. So I understand why, in the case of Sanjay, knowing what he does, makes sense, right? A C9 4 battery.
I do kind of like the I like the, I don't find it any less, how do I want to word it? I don't find it cheap, the sliding out the cover to get at the memory cards or anything, on the Z8 versus the Z9. And I actually I like the fact that it doesn't, it's secure, and it doesn't have that locking mechanism that some people find a real pain in the neck when they want to use their one hand to pop the cover off. I mean, I got used to being able to do it with one hand, but it can be it's kind of a pain. I like the Z8 better.
I do too, but the C9 again, I think is a little bit more secure for sure.
Yeah. And Mookie's right. Yeah, he has a Z9 from birds, but then he was kind of talking about it being a backup camera too. So then he'd be using it for birds. So that's why I'm saying now you got a 24 megapixel camera that you're using for little birds instead of a 45.7 megapixel camera, and that's a big difference. And I don't want to. I guess I slammed the guy. I don't even know the guy, but I made a comment that the one person there that said, all you ever need is 24 megapixels. And it's like, I totally disagree with that. I totally disagree with that.
Yeah, another interesting video happened recently, Jeff. I think I think I saw it this morning from the math photographer in Switzerland. I don't know if you saw it about he did on the compare uh, the shutters in terms of speed between the C6 III versus the C8, right? And you can see the rolling shutter effects, how they show eventually both, right? He does a very calm scientific approach to his explanation, right? And you can see indeed that this semi-stack sensor is a little bit lower in speed than the C8 and the C9, correct? But on the other hand, probably for most applications, you're not going to see any rolling shutter effect. But I recommend watching that video. It put at rest all the situation about rolling shutter, correct? What I would have loved,
and they never advertised it as having none either. They said minimal.
Exactly.
So whatever your interpretation is of minimal,
exactly, and I think the only thing that I would have loved for him to do is to compare with a global shutter, because that out of interest, correct? Of what a rolling, because even I think he tried the C8 at 1/16,000 of a second, correct? And you can see one of he did a photos of a fan, and the radial speed. I mean, it's going tremendous. It shows some distortion. It doesn't create those kind of broken patterns, but it shows some distortion. So I wonder, because at one point it's going to be just motion, correct? It doesn't matter if it's global shutter, right?
Yeah.
It's still going to be. You have to have sufficient speed to stop the motion.
Right. Right.
Otherwise, it's going to look blurred. So anyway, so I recommend that video. I watched it this morning. It was very well made.
I think he's done those. He's done those before with other camera models, and I've watched them, and they were very, like you said, very well planned out, very scientific. Just here's what I'm doing. You're going to see what happens. You're going to see the video.
Exactly.
End of discussion. Pretty basic.
Exactly. Measure and no drama.
No drama. Yeah. So we got Sandra Paul's in here. I'm going to put Fel just came in. I like this. This is I guess I never have to worry about this one. I'm turning my Z7 II into a camera trap now. Leave it in the forest and hope it doesn't flood or get trampled by elephants. I can thankfully say I'm not worrying about any of my gear getting trampled by elephants. But okay, here actually, since you made that commentary about worrying about getting trampled by elephants, I'm curious, do you have full insurance on all your gear because of the environment that you're shooting in, so that if you do get a camera trampled on by elephants, that you're going to be able to replace that camera without going, oh my God, I got to spend another $6,000?
Probably, I don't know, Sanjit. Probably not.
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
I don't think they're going to insure for that. But Sanjit, camera traps, correct? I think many people here, those camera trap. One of the advantages of the electronic shutter is that it doesn't make noise. Okay? So for camera trap in an electronic only, like the Z8 or Z9, make perfect sense.
Yeah, he has no insurance whatsoever. Yes, I don't know if I'd be as brave as you are. I'd be like, no.
I'm going to show something to Sanjit. I'll come back in a second, Sanjit.
Hey, I'm just curious because I do collect cameras, as you guys know. or most of you probably know. I'm just curious, when people talk Leica cameras, most of the time they're talking, the M series cameras, or even the earlier ones. It doesn't matter, but they're talking about the rangefinder type cameras that Leica makes. And so I'm just wondering, is there anybody out there that's bought and used the Leica when Leica had 35 millimeter SLRs? Did anybody in the chat ever own a Leica 35 millimeter SLR, like, the R5 or the R6, R8 or the R9 or the SL2? Just curious. And did you like it? Because the lenses, everything I've read, the lenses that were in the SLR cameras were just as good as the lenses that they were putting in their rangefinder, interchangeable rangefinder bodies. And they were cheaper as well. So I'm just wondering if anybody had the privilege of using a Leica SLR, and do they still have it? Do they still use it? What your opinion is?
And let me show this to Sanjay. So this is a housing you can use with the C system, right? For camera trapping, and I think it's made in the UK.
Yeah. Yep.
You can see it here.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the
contraptions.
Cam traptions.
Exactly. So this is a good housing that is weather sealed. It has a O-ring like a underwater camera, right? And you can see it here. So I use it here mostly in the winter. If I want to do some remote camera operations closer to a feeder or something, I can and use a wide angle. I can use that or leave it overnight as a camera trap. So in order to convert it into so this is a good solution. There is a lot of videos about how to make housings out of Pelican cases. Jeff, people do a lot of housings.
Yeah.
Out of Pelican cases for camera trapping. Okay? But this is one that is already made for the people that are not so handy for handicraft.
Now, is that something that's stocked at B&H Photo or Adorama or?
No, typically you have to order it online. And the good thing is that this portion here, the only thing is it can only fit up to 70 millimeter front diameter. So the planar will not fit here, but the 100 to 400 will. Most of the lenses 77 millimeter is okay. Right? Yeah. And so you can leave your big in a secure place, of course, but you can leave the camera on the housing and it will be functional, okay? And there is space for additional batteries and everything underneath. Okay?
So Robert's asking, does it have any other ports on there for flashes or remote triggers or anything?
Yes, the same people, they send some remote triggers, connection for flashes, the flashes system. So they do have it, and I think there is somewhere here is a port if you want to wire as well. Okay? So I like it. Okay? And you can see it has a good filter in the front to protect your. So the camera is inside, and these pieces here, they come in a kit, so you can extend it depending on the length of the barrel of your depends on the length of the barrel of the lens. But Pelican cases is the cheaper solution as well. But you need to have the camera protected. Anyway. So that's what I use.
You're getting like Roy, Gustavo. You just turn around in a chair, you slide around, and you come around with something that's this big. Yeah. Like you hide the stuff behind your couch or something. I don't know.
Exactly. Well, this is. But again, what is that? but is attracted to the mirrorless system and the electronic shutter. Is even as electronic shutter, correct? Camera trapping, you will not think that, but an animal gets startled, correct? If with a shutterless camera, when I use the C8 on that one, it's there's nothing, correct? They will ignore the camera. Okay. So anyway,
I like Fell's comment here. Went to a flea market where, amongst other things, they were selling vintage lenses and cameras, and it's crazy how heavy they are compared to now. And people complain about the ZF. Yeah, it's I've got I've got rangefinder Konica. You get an old Konica rangefinder camera, and it's heavier than a lot of the modern day cameras are, and it's a rangefinder camera. It's not a 35, an SLR. It's just a rangefinder camera, and it's solid as a tank. I mean, it's like a piece of lead. It's heavy. But yeah, I just I ordered I'm supposed to get it tomorrow. I ordered for those of you who maybe don't go to my normal channel and just watch the live stream. I recently did a thanks for the memories, and part of it was on this Minolta SR2 35 millimeter camera. And this was Minolta's first 35 millimeter camera that they made, single lens reflex camera that they made. And the lens that came on it was their standard 55 millimeter f1.8, and I was able to find a refurbished like new 135 millimeter f2.8 lens that I ordered. That's coming tomorrow, so I'll have two lenses for this body. But it's a different. They call it an SR bayonet mount, because this was the first bayonet mount, on their first SLR, and then I think this particular lens would not fit on another Minolta camera in later years that was also a bayonet mount, because it was different. The design was a little different. So the lens I'm buying is specifically can only be used for this camera, but I wanted to have two lenses for it, so I got it cheap with a 1-year warranty for like $75. So I bought it. $75 for 135 millimeter f2.8. I'm not complaining. But
beautiful.
But it's. But I do have a soft spot for Minoltas, and I never had any. I did buy a few, older Nikons too, that I now have that I didn't have. And like I said, many a time when I was when I was a teenager, or working in a grocery store or whatever, not making, I think actually my first real job, I think I was making $2.31 an hour, working in a electronics manufacturing company, and I was making $2. I started at $2.31 an hour. So let me tell you, when you're making that hourly rate, you're not buying a Nikon camera. Exactly. So Nikon, it wasn't like I didn't like them, but Nikon was never in my attainable bucket when I was in my teens and in my 20s. And of course, I got married at 25. I had my first kid when I was 27. So then you got expenses with children. So you have the same problem. You're making more money by then, but then you're spending more money. So I still couldn't buy a Nikon.
David made a comment there, Jeff, about the silent or not. I noticed that sometimes it can make some noise, but I wonder what the source of that noise. David, because it doesn't happen at all speeds. So I think so you have a faster exposure or a lower exposure. So I think it had to do with the IBIS system that make a little bit of a little noise, a click. Right? That's what you're probably talking about. But at high shutter speed, I haven't heard any noise.
Yeah, but I mean, if you had even the slight amount that it makes, that sound wouldn't get out of that housing you have. It would never project outwards to where the animal could hear it.
Yeah, no, but he's correct. It makes
There is a
song, but I don't think it's consistent. Sometimes there are speeds that there's no noise whatsoever.
yeah.
But so that's what I wonder what it had to do with the IBIS system, because he had to engage some, I presume, some mechanical device, correct, to move the IBIS inside the camera. So anyway, so interesting. So what I didn't understand in your video is how the camera survived all these years. You see, it would be nice to have like a history of your Kodak camera that survived more than 100 years in such a good condition. It must have been without any usage for years and years. Okay?
Yeah, that camera, like I said, that wasn't in my wheelhouse that I was going to buy it. But I mean, if I get the urge to consider buying another vintage camera, literally, no lie, I'll look at thousands of cameras, and because I look at all the photographs, I zoom in on every detail on the camera. I'm looking for any kind of defects, whether it's something I'm going to worry about or not worry about, or help me decide whether, it shouldn't be priced what it's priced at because of what I'm seeing, or oh, it's kind of a good deal because it's in such good shape. And when I saw that one, I says, I don't need it, but for the condition, I'd be an idiot. If it looks like it does in the pictures when I get it, I'll be very happy. And it blew me away. Absolutely blew me away. I mean, I have never seen a camera, 120 years old. No, 110, 111 years old, whatever it is, that looked like that ever. I'm like, holy cow. Now, unfortunately, it's that negative size that they don't make anymore, so I can't really put any film in it unless I buy old 25-year-old stock. But at that point, you're buying it for the condition, what it represents as a piece of history, more than you are because you're going to go out and use it. So
that was the comment that I was trying to make, not very articulate there. That style of camera with the bevel coming out, correct, must have been a very different user experience than taking a brownie made of, like you say, backlight at the same time, correct?
Yeah.
The person that carried that camera, guarantee you was working with a tripod, and
Oh yeah, those were any of those cameras. I'm sure 95% of the people had it on a tripod.
Exactly, but those brownies, correct? They were used more like a travel camera, correct? The person that used it.
Well, I don't know if you saw my response to your comment.
I saw it. Yeah, of course, I saw it.
That they actually had a Brownie 3A
at the same time,
or at the same time, basically, and now that was, but that was the body. The one I got, the body's meant to be up and down. Right, you drop the door,
exactly.
pull out the bellows, you're holding it in the portrait orientation.
Exactly.
And then if you want to rotate it to the horizontal landscape mode, you could flip the viewfinder so you can still look down, or you flip up that other one that's on the top of the case and you look through that. But the Brownie was really meant to be horizontal, period, not vertical, because the box was like longer, widthwise, and the bellows, and you're holding the camera like this, and the door drops down, and the bellows comes out, and it's not vertical. It's landscape mode, and it doesn't have the extra finder, and it didn't have as many shutter speed options, and so it was but it used the same film. So in terms of you weren't getting a bigger negative size.
And I guarantee you were two different type of users, correct?
Yeah, different types of users.
And probably what you said, that probably the lens on this camera, the Kodak that you had, not the Brownie, was a better lens, correct? So this was appealing to somebody. The other thing that I didn't comment, but I wonder whether, because the 1914, 1916, that's the time where the First World War was, correct? You can imagine people traveling GIs or people traveling, they would prefer a more compact Brownie, correct?
Well.
And I wonder whether that's had to do with the fact that it had to discontinue.
This camera right here, Kodak Pocket Vest camera.
Exactly.
I fold this up, I could slip it right in my pocket.
Well, compare that one with the other one.
This was used in the war.
Exactly.
This was actually used in the war.
Yes, but compare that one with the one that you did your video.
Oh, yeah. If I get that one out.
Sorry, guys. We're getting into the weeds.
Right. So if you're an Army photographer in World War I,
exactly.
Are you using this?
Exactly.
Or are you using this?
My point.
Obviously, you're using the little guy.
Exactly. That doesn't go in any pocket. The other one.
The other one doesn't go in any pocket unless you're Bigfoot and you have a pocket.
Exactly.
Bigfoot. But yeah, but like I said, a camera in this condition with a leather looking like pretty much like new. I mean, front, back.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. And I got this for less than $100.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I got this for like $75.
Wow. Congratulations. That is a market.
But that's like I said, but I look at thousands of cameras at a time.
Wow.
And of 1,000, I'll look at 1,000 or 2,000 cameras, and I'll write down 2, and then I'll think about it for a while, and then I'll say, but to get this camera for, like I said, and that included shipping, like $75, I think I spent for it. I says I don't need it, but I'm not stupid. For $75.
Wow.
Darn right I'm going to buy it. Darn right I'm going to buy it. And I couldn't see it because the edge around this lens is a little bit scratched, around here. You can't tell, but this outer edge and I went and I put a light on it, and it is a Bosch and Lam lens, but they don't give you a focal length, so you don't know, like a lot of the when you had the trying to think of the Voigtlander models that kind of looked like this back in the 1900s, the early 1900s. They would have different kinds of lenses on them, and they would have the focal length on the lens. But this lens is not identified other than what they call it and who made it, but it doesn't tell you what the focal length is.
And that the cable release came from the camera, or that's the one that, or that one is one that you put?
No, this came with the camera.
Oh my God!
Original.
And that's with a little pin.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Now the earlier ones, because the original one of these came out in, I think I said 1903, I think it was. Those were the ones that had the
pneumatic
that were pneumatic, where you had to hook the hose up to it. And I always thought, if I ever had one with the pneumatic thing on there, and it didn't have, and most of them don't have the shutter release. When you buy those, the hose is cut off, or it's just not there.
Rubber will.
But I was thinking, I says, you probably could just get a hose from like a cheap blood pressure, like at a pharmaceutical place, and that would probably fit right on there with a clamp. Get like a spring clamp on it, and you could just squeeze the bulb like you would for checking your blood pressure, and it would probably actuate the shutter. Because you're not going to find, very, very hard to find a period correct bulb.
Well, I mean, the rubber probably the rubber probably crystallized already, right? But that's incredible. That came in with the cable release.
Yeah. I mean, it was like I have I don't know. I have a pretty good success rate with what I find, but I spend an exorbitant amount of time looking.
Wow, that price.
Looking.
I would have thought that you would tell me $300, $500, or more. Good buy for sure.
Yeah. It's
But so the question that I make before. And I think somebody must be able to make, custom film for that type of camera, correct?
Nobody does.
They cannot make it. I mean,
there's no market.
No, I know, but I mean,
what they'll do. Like there's some, and some people, like I forget what the film number is, but there's certain cameras out there that basically they could take a 120 roll film, and they could score it and make it shorter, make it so it's not as wide, and that'll work on certain camera bodies. But then you got to buy a special. You have to buy like an adapter that you put on the roll, because you cut down the roll, but you still have to fit it in the camera body. So you have to buy an attachment to put on each end so it'll fit in the camera.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, people can still do the agarrotite.
But I know that exists for one type of film where they do that. But I looked, and other than 25-year-old inventory, or more than 25 years, was 1975. So you're talking,
Yeah, but at that point,
at that point, I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to spend the money for
it. And not only that, the likelihood that you'll get a good picture, right, or a period picture, because I mean, it's not the same thing. Like with new emulsions, right? Or those emulsions are all probably already bad condition.
Sure, it's probably all brittle. If you shot the roll and you sent it out to get it developed, they'd probably call you up and say this thing fell apart as we were trying to run it through the machine.
Exactly.
So to me, it's not worth it. But you know, I didn't buy this one with the intent of using it, you know, and but it's just wonderful.
And the chrome looks new.
Yeah, and I didn't even really, I only did a really quick clean job on the chrome. I didn't like do it like I normally do. But it's good. It's nice, you know. It's like you get once in a while, you know, I mean, it's a lot of work in when you want to get into buying old stuff. And my thing is I'm like always, I've gotten skunked once or twice.
And from what state did they came from, Jeff? The person that was selling that cheaper from where?
This was somewhere in New England.
Oh, okay.
If I remember right, somewhere in New
Wow.
England. But for the most part, you know, you just, and then I have like a set of standard questions that I send out to the person usually before I buy it. And if they don't respond, I usually don't buy it. But it's everything from, are there any signs of fungus? Is there any mold? Is there any superficial scratches on the lens? Is it just cleaning marks, or is it worse than that? Is it you know, does the shutter? The big thing is with any of the old cameras, and I'm not going back this far, but let's say you buy a you know, a Rolleiflex or a Yashica TLR from the 50s. I would say that there's probably an 80% chance when they say, oh yeah, it works fine. The people that say it works fine push the shutter one time at 1/500th of a second, and they said, yeah, camera's working.
Exactly.
But most of the time, those cameras from those eras, when you're shooting it, where you're shooting it at 1 second, the shutter gets stuck. Doesn't work. It works at the higher speeds, at the faster speeds, and then it doesn't work at the lower speeds. And it's the same thing even with 35 millimeter SLRs. I mean, if you're going to have a problem, it's going to be at the slower shutter speed. So if you're writing to somebody, you say, did you check the shutter at every shutter speed setting? And if they say no, then you say, check it at every shutter speed setting and let me know if it gets stuck or not. Because lots of times they do. And, you know, then you gotta, okay, I gotta send it out for a CLA or whatever. And then that adds to your cost. And then it might not be worth buying the camera.
Yeah, $75, you cannot be, it was difficult for you to get wrong with that, correct?
Right. And, you know, but like a SLR, you get into, you can, some people sell the foam kits for the back of the camera back and the foam for the mirror in your camera. And you can replace that yourself, or you could send it out and usually if you pay someone to do what a clean lubricate and adjustment, they'll replace all the seals, they'll replace the foam on the mirror, and they charge you X amount of dollars and they lubricate it wherever they can lubricate it. But you got to realize, you know, people aren't going to rip your camera apart because you can't take the camera apart unless you take the leather off the camera. All the screws, the access to the screws is underneath the covering. So you have to take all the covering off to get at the screws to take the camera apart. and then you may damage that covering, and then you have to pay to have it recovered. So that isn't something that you like to do yourself. I've repaired a few. You can repair the leather. Like if you get an end that's lifted up on a corner or something, you can easily fix that with contact cement. And nobody will even know it had a problem. But if you got to peel the whole thing off, that's when you get into trouble, and not necessarily worth doing it unless it's a real rare camera and you got a great deal on it and you can afford to send it to a professional that does all that stuff, and then you're still making out. But yeah, buying the old stuff is difficult. Let's see what else we got here. A few more things. This is all from Nikon rumors. They got Photo Diox announced a new DLX metal grip for the Nikon camera that has a wooden accent on it and a battery access, priced at $59. And then they have an article in Nikon rumors where they review 4 other ZF grips that may pique your interest. So if you do not own a grip for your ZF and you want to see the review on 4 common grips, one of them being a Nikon grip that came out, the other one being the small rig grip, and I forget what the other 2 were. And then you've got this new Photo Diox one that just came out. Go to Nikon rumors and you can, read the article, look at the new grip, decide, whether you want one or not. And then they had a multitude of articles on Nikon rumors regarding with different titles, best memory cards for the Nikon ZF. They tested 35 cards. And they compared SD UHS to V90 and V60 cards. And the V60 are fine for video, but if you want to use if you're shooting the full frame rate, find yourself shooting at the highest frame per second rate, then you need to get the V90 version because the V60 isn't gonna be fast enough. It's gonna be good enough for video, but it's not gonna be good enough for stills if you're shooting 14 frames a second or whatever that camera does. I think it's 14 frames per second. So then you got to get the V90 version. And then they had a bunch of articles on best memory cards for the Z8, the Z6 II, the Z7 II, the Z9, and then they had a Z6 III memory card compatibility chart as well. So if you're confused or want information basically on any memory cards for the Nikon cameras, right now there's a whole grouping of articles in Nikon rumors that you can read up on. The company called Aster, ASTR, Aster Hori, has a 120 millimeter f2.8 full frame macro with a 2x macro for Z mount. Just got announced for $369. And there are some pictures on the Nikon rumors site that a NASA astronaut took using the Z9 camera. If you want to see a few images that got captured from the space station using the Z9 camera, you can go on there and see those pictures. Like I said, it was and that's really it. I went on Sony rumors. There wasn't really anything that I bothered writing down. Fuji rumors, same thing. Sony has a lot of sales right now on a lot of their product line, so that if you are interested in a Sony product, just go on Sony Alpha rumors, and you'll see a whole list of Sony gear and $40 off or $100 off this, $50 off that. Go on there and you can check out, and maybe there's something in there that you want to buy. So like I said, pretty much every week it seems like there's always seems like 3 or 4 new Chinese lenses coming out for the Z mount, mostly manual focus, but not all manual focus. And like I said, I did place an order for that one Ultra Lab non-Nikkor Nocti 50 millimeter f1.2. It's a manual focus lens. Now they made it. They made a nice. It looked like a very nice. It's a 60 millimeter 2x macro lens, and very reasonable price. 60 millimeter is a little bit tough, but if you're doing a 2x macro with with that kind of a lens, you're on a tripod at that point, in my opinion. And the problem I have is like when I'm doing macro, I'm usually using the pinpoint autofocus, and I am using I am in AFC mode. And the reason I'm using AFC mode for me is because I'm older now. I'm not as steady as I used to be. So for me, and that's a reason why I says I'm not going to try to buy that 60 millimeter 2x macro, because where I shoot, you're not allowed to use a tripod. Okay, you can't bring a tripod. If I'm out if I was out in the field using a tripod, then by all means that might be a very interesting lens for me to use, and I'd probably really enjoy it a lot. Very well made lens. But for me, I'm hand holding or using a monopod. Lots of times I'm hand holding, and so I don't care how careful you are. If I was just relying on manual focus, my body may lean
exactly
a half an inch. All it takes is when you're shooting macro, you lean a half an inch forward, half inch backward, or if it's a windy day, right? If it's a little bit windy, the wind can move you, right? So if you shoot with the AFC mode and you do a short burst, you're more than likely going to at least have one shot that's tack sharp. You may have 7 that you throw away, but you're going to have one that's tack sharp. If I'm sitting there doing manual focus and I'm doing a little bit of, whether it's the wind or I had too much to drink the night before, which is not likely because I don't drink anymore. But I'm just saying, if you're doing one of these, the manual focus lens is not going to be something you want to buy unless you're using a tripod. So it's something you have to think of. That's another thing you got to think about. And the older you get, the more the more you got that little bit of movement. I don't know about you, Gustavo, whether you have that issue or not. But
no. But it's a feature. It's actually you focus a combination with the autofocus and you're moving up back and forth. But no, I use. If I'm going to be photographing like these or something like that, I probably would try to work out of a monopod if I can, because you have to move the camera. But and that's what I think is what is long overdue is that we get from Nikon probably a 200 macro, a 300 macro. That would be a lens that I would be interested because it allows you for more working.
I'd like to see. I don't know what it would cost. I don't even know if they could even make it, but I would love it if they had the 200 macro, and they had a rotatable collar where you're either 1-to-1 or 2-to-1.
Oh,
that would be awesome. I could do 1-to-1 full size, or
like
I could flip a switch and I'm 2-to-1.
Like a teleconverter, but for macro.
Yeah,
that's it. Well,
that would be. You want to get out of the box. That would be something people would really like.
Exactly.
I think. I mean, I'd buy it. I'd buy it. Of course, they're not going to say, "Oh, Jeff's the only customer that'll buy."
No. That would be. I tell you, that lens would be attractive, right?
Yeah, it would be.
So sometimes you don't want to be. And particularly if it's like the new teleconverter that is like a switch that you can flip and put a little glass in front of.
Even you have the lenses where you rotate the ring on the lens, whether you're using manual focus or autofocus, right? On the older lenses, you just rotate it. Same thing. Instead of manual or auto, you have a ring that just goes 1x, 2x, 1x, 2x.
But with all that, I like the 100 MC, the 105 MC. I think something longer will sell. And I think we haven't had any announcement on lenses recently. So it will be good. So let me show you, since we get to the time of the day that we start sharing photos, right? Let me share a photo that has an interesting composition coming from Iceland as well.
There you go. You got the nice reflections.
Exactly. So you can see in this photo, I had to wait for the two to get kind of looking sideways. I would have taken it anyway, looking in or looking out, right? And try to get a reflection. By the way, you're talking about cropping. I did have to crop, but I already knew when I was taking the photo that I wanted to crop, correct?
Yeah.
I wanted this composition.
Yeah. And this is where you could have been, I don't know how long you were there, but this is the kind of thing where, like you said, you want both heads to be parallel to each other, and and that you could have been there half an hour, because one bird's head is looking the other way, or one's looking down, one's looking up, and you got to sit there and be so patient to try to get this.
Well, you're taking all the photos at the same time, correct? You're taking all the photos, waiting, hey, is this happen? And remember, I'm shooting here at 6.3, so I don't have that much. Locally, the little, I wouldn't call it island, but a little bar of peat. You see this, the soil here is peat, correct?
Yeah.
So you can see because it's narrow, at one point they had to be almost in the same focal plane from where I was, correct?
Yeah.
So you have to stop down, but anyway, it worked.
Well, this reminds me, although mine was when I shared that picture
I think reasonable
last week of the two water lily flowers with the bee on each side of it. That took forever too. Same kind of thing. I had to have both bees on the same plane, so they were both sharp, and I had to wait for two bees to show up and have one on each flower. And you're kind of doing the same thing with the birds.
Exactly. So anyway, I thought I'd share. So as I going through my photos, and that
where was this taken at? Was this Iceland too?
Yeah, this is in Iceland. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a very common geese. I tell you what, I was photographing at the same time. Anybody who have photographed geese or swan, they can be very aggressive, correct? When they have the little ones, correct? So I share another photo here. Let me escape from this one, because again, as a wildlife photographer, you have to what kind of mood do you want to stop sharing? Okay, what kind of mood do you want to protect or project? Correct. You have to tell a story, correct? So let me look for the other photo here. Yeah.
And the geese can be very nasty with the young ones.
These geese are they
come peck at you, come right at you.
So let me see if this is the one that I want to open with preview. Yeah. See, it's this one that I want to share. Yeah, sorry, guys. This is a preview of stuff that you may see in the future, but as Jeff was telling me, I'm going still through the photos, correct? So every day I do a couple of hours. So this is an interesting one on the same species of the geese, right? And by the way, when I'm talking about here, thank you for Luis and then Martin for helping with the identification of the plants, right? Them being more used to the environment of Europe, and Iceland has mostly European.
Just say hi to Tim Mackin, who just came into the show, into the chat. So hello, Tim.
So when I was photographing that, I was actually trying to get the photo as well. So you can see here, Jeff. I wait until you share. Okay. So these guys were, so it was in that boggy area around that lake, correct? And these guys were eating their grass, correct? So as soon as they saw me, they have like 3 chicks, correct? So they wanted to protect the chick. So I know they went into the grass, but the parents, were attentive, and they were watching me to see what I was going to do. So I said, okay, if they come out of the grass with their heads up, I'm going to be ready. So you can see here and I managed to get one in focus and the other. I mean, obviously I had to wait for the right moment and take a lot of photos until I got some that I like. But I like the fact that they're coming out of the grass, right? What you don't see here is that the little ones are underneath them, right? And they're watching me. Is these guys going to come closer to me or not? So for me, that tells a story, correct?
Yep.
It's always about storytelling. So I think it was productive from the point of view of what I wanted to do.
Let's see if I got. I don't know if I really have any or not. I haven't really started editing my photos from this week, and a lot of them I'm not going to keep because I have a lot of spoonbill photos. So unless it's something that I really like, I'm just going to throw it out. But you can only have so many. Well, I kind of like this one. I'll share this one. Let me see if I don't know if Roy is still in the chat or not, so I'll share this one first because I know Roy likes this subject matter. So it's an Australian thing.
That's a good close-up.
So this is the guardrail, okay, and the support beam. This is the guardrail, new guardrails they put in on each side of the road for what I call the causeway, which is the main road, the only road that you can drive in on to get into the park. And the gators, this gator is coming up from the marsh side, climbing up the embankment, which is mostly these large rocks with some plant life that's sporadically growing in between some of these rocks in certain areas. And so he's sitting there thinking about when he wants to climb out the rest of the way and go underneath this guardrail and walk to the other side across the road and go down into the pond. So I just basically got on my knees and shot across the road to kind of like frame him inside the guardrail here. And yeah, I don't think I'd want to like put my leg too close to him.
And this was what, 5-footer, 6-footer?
Oh, he's bigger than that.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, usually the head is usually over a foot long, just the head.
Mm-hmm.
And now the American alligators typically, and there's always exceptions to the rule, like there are with any kind of a creature, right? But typically their limits like 13 feet long is typical for the American alligator. But the interesting thing with the alligators is, like, you'll look at them and somebody will say, well, that gator isn't very big. And the reason it doesn't look very big is because it's not fat, it's skinny. So for many, many years, the width of the gator might only be like that wide.
Mm-hmm.
Not really wide, but it's still long, but it's not wide. So you say, well, that's not that big of a gator.
The real big old ones are big, are
Right.
wide.
When they hit that, by the time they hit that 13 feet, if they're still growing at all, you're probably only at that point talking a couple inches a year, not a foot a year, a couple inches a year maybe. So instead of growing lengthwise, they start getting wide. So when you get the gator that's 13, 14 feet and he's wide, he's been around for a while.
Exactly.
Those are the ones that I'm not, as silly as this may sound, I'm not scared of them. I mean, of course, I mean, as a diver, we used to dive in with sharks in the water. So, I mean, we already have one screw loose. So, I mean, obviously I have the thing is, when you're dealing with whether it's diving in the water with sharks or barracudas or whatever, or being around alligators or crocodiles, is to have a healthy respect for the animal. Have a health. You don't necessarily, you don't want to walk around in fear of the animal, but you want to have a healthy respect for the animal, and you want to know enough about the behavioral patterns of the animal so that you safeguard yourself, so you know what you can get away with and what you're okay doing and what you should not do. And but when you get like a 13-footer and it's really, really wide, then you get it eating something. I mean, I've got pictures of one eating a pretty good size cormorant. And I took way too many pictures of it, but I'm taking the pictures and I'm thinking that I'm taking pictures of a dinosaur. I thought I was taking pictures of it. It looked so much like a dinosaur. It was so big. It had, half the body was out of the water on the embankment, half the body was in the water, and whenever it lifted its head to chew, the tail curled up out of the water. I mean, it was like a U, and it looked like a stinking dinosaur. And then but then like Roy's talking about the crocs, I mean, the crocs get so much bigger, and they got the narrow jaw line and longer than an alligator does. It's narrower but longer, but they get over 20 feet, and they're fat, and they get real fat. I mean, look at all when they do that crossing in Africa, where everybody goes to take a picture of them, where the wildebeest are crossing over the water, and you got the crocs waiting to eat them as they go across from one side of the land to the other, and they got to go across the water, and they just sit there waiting to chomp on them. Those things are gigantic. You definitely ain't going to get too close to those. I mean, and Roy's saying in Australia they train the crocs to only eat tourists. And then he invites us to go down there, and then he writes that, right? So if we went down there to visit Roy, we'd be tourists, Roy, and then you're going to sick the crocs on us.
I would love to photograph
I would love to get the crocs.
Crocs. They are wonderful. So Sanji's asking about the photos. So I don't know what is the one that he wants me to talk. So Sanji, this is a sage grouse displaying, and this is actually in Wyoming, Pinedale. So I went and visited a lake a couple of times. And this one here is a fox with a cub, actually taken here in my house a few years back. And this is an old map of my home, the country where I was born. This is actually from those atlases that this is probably the first map ever made of Venezuela. It was published by the Dutch map maker I don't remember anymore, but it was like 30 years after the discovery of the New World. But I can show another time, Sanjay. Photographing these guys, these grouses, those are going to one of those lakes, and that is an experience. Actually, I'm going to try to. I said that one time. I think there are some other type of these grouses that is in the Kansas, Colorado area. I'm going to see if this winter I go and try to photograph, and I'm going to try to connect with Mr. Boots, who also do that type of things, and go to one of those lakes where they do all this dancing. Maybe he can travel from Kansas, and I travel from Colorado, and they only do that in a couple of weeks late in the winter. But to photograph a different species, the prairie chicken. Another time I chose some photos of this, but I don't have it at hand.
I'm going to throw up another picture here.
The color, beautiful.
So that's a tricolored heron, and so yeah, I mean it's I think Gustavo and I think we both like to take we like to take really all sorts of when it comes to birds. It's like we're not just always taking birds that are flying, and sometimes we're getting environmental photos, and sometimes we're getting birds in flight, and then other times we're getting what I tend to call like an environmental portrait of a bird. It's just where it just has a beautiful background color. You blur everything out, and you get a nice portrait of a bird with the early morning light hitting the bird. And I like, and I of course I always like the certain birds when they're backlit and you have what I call rim light. I call it the rim light because the edges of the bird are a little bit brighter, and so it's just fun to experiment and take pictures of birds and taking different approaches to taking pictures of birds, because if you're someone that's trying to develop a portfolio and you're trying to sell stuff or whatever, you have to have as many combinations to present to a potential customer.
Share this one with Sanjay. He asked. That's I don't know what happened. So that's the greater sage grouse. They are funny. They come into these lakes and they display around, and they also fight. Correct. So, but you have to know where the lakes are. Actually, at that time, I was a friend with a local biologist who told me, you go to this road, you park your car before sunrise, you stay inside your car, and then the show happen in front of you. So beautiful bird. Somehow in danger because it's they eat sage, correct? Actually, is the habitat is kind of constrained, but don't get hunted that much because apparently the meat is not that good, given the fact that they eat the new shoot of sage, correct? But all these American prairie chickens and grouses, they are wonderful for photography. But so I have the opportunity to visit that lake another time. What it would be wonderful, Jeff, is to go to these places. This was taken a few years back. So I was doing only photography. These guys are made for film. You probably have seen some of the video, correct?
Yeah.
They are so, and they make all sorts of noises when they inflate these air sacs, and I mean it's wonderful. But you need to know where the legs are. Most of the legs are, and this leg was on the side of the road, correct? So this I think this photo is already quite old. Let me see if I can taken a few years back.
Like just peeking over the top, just a little bit of the head, a little eye.
Exactly. Grouses are wonderful. So anyway, ridiculous, correct? The ridiculous bird. All right.
Let's see what else we got here. We got anything else? Like I said, I haven't gone through really any of my stuff from this week. So I get behind real quick because of I'm trying to get information or trying to figure out what we're going to do on the show. That can chew up a couple days of time, and then I don't have the time to edit my photos. That's just the way it is. I like this.
Yeah, I would share something for you, Jeff. Actually, I found out this one is not from Iceland, but I found out also they are in Iceland. That I would like to photograph. This is one of my favorite dogs. I know it's also yours. So that's the Harlequin dog.
Yeah.
It's one of the most wonderful dogs. And apparently in Iceland there is a couple of rivers where you can go and photograph. Now this was actually taken in Yellowstone. These dogs mostly live in the sea, but they migrate inland and they go into rapids and heavy, where there is a lot of rocks and there is a lot of movement, and they come and nest around that area. So they come from the Pacific coast all the way to some of the rivers in Yellowstone, and then they nest there, they reproduce there, and then as soon as they finish, they go back to the. But this is one of the most wonderful dogs, and apparently in Iceland, this same species also is available. But I didn't see them there. But every time I go to Yellowstone, I try to photograph the guy. But they only are in this area for about a few weeks, in kind of May, June time. You go by in July, they're already gone.
I like that. It's got the wings back behind him.
Yeah. Again, this is an older photo, probably taken with D300 or. It has a reasonable resolution.
Yeah.
And remember, these are the. I'm trying to. I'm trying to modify the. I need to do it here. These are. Look at that design. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a handful of ducks that you really love to take pictures of. There's others that you kind of go, not enough color, or whatever,
Yeah, exactly.
There are certain ones, the Harlequin ducks and the certain ducks.
These are some older photos.
This is just a semi-palmated plover. Little reflection shot here early in the morning. This is when the water level was really low in the pond. Normally you wouldn't see this sand here at all. This would all be water, but the water was so low. It was like you had
I love those guys.
Like little islands forming. And of course the small birds love that because you would get on certain days, especially if it was hot and humid, which it is a lot down here, of course, you could get thousands of bugs, small bugs that would be all over the sand. And so you would get all the smaller birds flying in there, and they would just walk around, pecking around, eating those bugs. I think I had a video that I did showing the bugs flying around and the birds trying to get them even when they were flying.
Oh, those little guys. That's why they move so frantic, correct? Sometimes you say, why are they moving like that? Because they're chasing like little midgets, right?
Like gnats or something, you know,
Exactly.
really small bugs. But
But you see, Jeff, that's what you need to be looking all the time, correct? You get the photo, correct? Once you take the photo of the species, then you're looking for that angle, correct? Looking for a reflection, looking for a different composition. Right?
yeah. And now when when you're first starting out, and we've all done it, when you're first starting out, you're just happy you get a picture of the bird. You know what I mean? You get a picture of the bird. Hey, I got a picture of the bird. And then eventually, as your skills progress, then you start paying more attention, and then it's like you said, does this picture tell a story?
Exactly.
Is the bird eating something? Is the bird putting on a display? Is the environment really interesting that the bird is in? Is the light a certain way? Can I get a nice composition of this subject? So when you're first starting out, if someone just handed you a camera and you never really took pictures when you were younger, you're going to be like all of us were when we were young. In the beginning, it was like I got the shot of whatever, and you were happy with it. And then, but I guarantee you that if I dug out pictures that I took 40 years ago, I would probably look at them and say, "Oh my God, they're so awful. They're horrible." You know, I mean, because you get your personal standard keeps going up. Mine keeps going up all the time. I lots of times I just say, you get disappointed because you just have this bar that you're trying to hit all the time, and nature just doesn't cooperate. So you get that, so that you're getting shots that are up here. Lots of times the shots are down here.
But Jeff, you always start, okay, the first time you see a new species, like you say, you get excited, right? So you just want to have a photo.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a photo. And then, okay, you get more comfortable. Say, let me see if I can get a better photo, a portrait of the animal doing something, correct? So it's a progression. That's what keep us going and doing. So since today we're in share, let me share this one. This is a one that is everybody's favorite. So that photo, again, I mean, when you have the opportunity to take the photo, so that one is kind of again taken. I think this was taken with a teleconverter on the F, and it was so it was not particularly as good as the new teleconverters, correct? But you're still looking at this guy coming towards you, and then there is a park ranger making sure that people kind of behave, but he's getting bigger and bigger in your
your viewfinder.
in your viewfinder. And then the ranger say, okay, getting too close, everybody to the car. So you have to be ready to jump into your car and be able to. But I like the fact that he is a she was at least I managed to get kind of what I wanted, which is she meandering there at the edge of the lake. Again, I was trying to do the same thing. Let me see if where is the image.
Well, do you find, and this is just, I mean, I don't have any pictures of bears, but do you find it difficult? I seem to find the camera has a little bit of a problem sometimes focusing when on a darker colored subject.
They do.
And if it's something like, say this was a black bear, right?
Yeah.
They seem to be very hard to focus on, like the camera just you know, you take enough shots, you're going to get one that's sharp. But I'm just saying, it just seems like because you don't have a lot of contrast or differences, different shades of colors, like on a bird, you might have multiple colors on a bird. But when you have a subject that's like almost all one color for the most part, sometimes it seems like the autofocus system has a little bit of a harder time focusing on it tack sharp.
Oh, black bears, but this is a grizzly, correct? But
Right. Yeah.
black bears can be tricky, correct? And actually, exposure of a black bear is a problem because typically, you know, it gets under, it gets, you don't get detail on the feather. But again, you work with the light, right? And you try, but you manage, correct? Like everything we said, sometimes we have to resort to do manual focusing, and then sometimes wait until they engage, correct? But the last time I photographed with the C9, and I showed that of those black bear cub, it performed fantastic, correct? It didn't have any problem. Now this is older time, correct? This is probably 10 years old photo. I don't know what I was shooting, D300 or something like that. Yeah. But he's put in the hours, correct? And probably this photo, if I were to reprocess it with a new software, it probably would be much better. Right? So let me, these guys can be troublesome. Let me. Am I still sharing, Jeff? I sometimes if I share, I cannot.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Keep going. I'm trying to find one that I might want to share. Some kind
So
of.
this is a mama bear, right? And actually, she came very close to the road. We were photographing the cub. Luckily, she was mellow enough, and so the and the only way that I could get her was to switch to vertical, because that was again I'm doing the same thing. That one, but exposing for this one, Jeff, it can be a trouble.
Yeah. But like if you were like trying to, it's just so hard with the fur being like that a lot of the fur, or like if you were like saying, oh, I want to make sure those eyes are tack sharp, sometimes they're just not quite as sharp as you wanted them to be because of the fur.
And exactly, and that's where these issues. I mean, that's why you need a maximum frame rate, right? Because you may want to take a picture here. Actually, the guys that we were photographing were photographing this guy when Mama showed up. But it was in a nice controlled environment as much as there were a bunch of photographers, all with long telephotos. There were a park ranger nearby. Okay? So it was, and she was a known bear that they knew how it would react, correct? And there were not that many tourists because it was very early in the morning. You are in a situation like that, and the rangers tell you to move away, then you have to move away, correct? But they do know the bears. They know kind of the temperament they have, particularly when they and if they tell you, hey, she want to cross the road, you have to make way to
Yeah.
So anyway, so we were photographing this guy, and suddenly on the side, Mama came and stood in that log, and that was the only photo that I could take. Correct? This is crop. He actually was further afield, but Mama was no crop. I had to just bring it vertical, trying to fit her in. And I think this is a close-up of the saying, Mama. Here you can see that it has the saying white hair here.
Yep.
But those are and by the way, you can see she was eating grass because at the time people don't know how much they eat a lot of grass, particularly when you shoot of grass. They're almost vegetarian.
You
So
eat a lot of berries, right?
In the fall, but in the spring, which is in this time, it basically, uh, uh, obviously, they will go for the fawns if they can find them, but they eat a lot of grass. They're almost herbivores at this time of the year. Right?
Well, they eat termites too, don't they?
Oh yeah, yes, they will grow. They they will go for logs that are rotten, and they will open them up and eat all the grubs and everything.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me. So anyway,
We'll throw another one in here since we're killing a little time here.
oh, that's beautiful.
So, what's funny is, okay, so this is like, this is on the marsh side, low tide, it's low tide. So you got the mud, and then, and as he would be going to your left, and eventually he would hit those kind of like boulders, those rocks, and then end up crossing the road. But, it's funny, one day, I'm tracking this guy. He said he might have been like way up here, swimming down or walking, because it's not really deep enough to swim in. So he's kind of like crawling through, and then comes around, and then he's lining himself up and thinking about going up the bank. But I remember when I was shooting him as he was coming towards me, and I'm looking through the camera. And I started laughing. My friend says, "What's the matter?" I says, "Well, as I'm following him and tracking him and taking a picture here or there, I mean, it's like in the viewfinder, he's just like getting closer and closer and closer and bigger and bigger and bigger." And at some point, I had to pull my eyes away from the camera, because I really felt like that alligator was like on top of me. He really wasn't, but I just had that uncomfortable feeling that he was closer to me than I wanted him to be. You get that feeling sometimes.
Yes, that's you have to double check how close I am.
Yeah. You're like, when this is not something that I want to find out that he's literally, 5 feet away from me or something.
Yeah. So anyway,
but
sorry guys, that's what we do.
That's what we do. Yeah, we try to stay out of trouble. We don't always succeed.
Exactly.
Our spouses probably don't understand why we go out and take these pictures over and over and over again. But you're always looking for whatever you have that you've saved that you says, "Oh, that's a good shot." You're always saying to yourself, "But I know there's a better one than this out there. I just have to get it."
Exactly.
You're always trying to get that better shot.
So this other one here, I have tried multiple times. This is the closest I have got to do this photo. So for the people here, the birders here in the United States. So this is a cowbird. Many the cowbird actually co-evolve with the buffaloes. Right?
They're probably the least liked bird in America, I think.
Exactly. But they are parasitic, right? But they follow the buffaloes originally, right? In the prairies, trying to eat all the insects and everything that the buffalo herds used to disrupt as they move through the grasses, right? So you would sometimes you see they're displaying and everything in top of the buffalo, correct? And I was trying to get that photo of the buffalo again, Jeff, with the leading lines of the horn
going right up to the bird,
going after the bird.
Yeah.
So I did like it. The people in my photo club didn't like it when I took it many years ago. I think this was taken in 2015. but you try it, correct? You try stuff to do with a bird that is not particularly attractive,
Yeah.
but just to show them in their environment what they do. It has an interesting natural history.
That fur, where it gets lighter there to the right of the horn,
Yes.
is so matted looking, isn't it? So like mangy looking.
Well, and this time of the year, they are shedding, correct? They are going from their winter fur, correct, to their to their summer coat. Okay? So
Okay.
they're
Yeah, that look a little.
you have no idea how many animals use the coat. All not this one because you guys are parasitic, right? They put their eggs on other nests, but
In other nests and let them raise their young. Yeah,
exactly.
that's why people don't like them.
Yes, but the all these fur it get utilized, correct? There's a lot of birds that go and collect. You see them going in the buffalo, taking a little bit of fur and taking it to the nest. So anyway, so I tried, Jeff, to try to get the eyes of the buffalo.
I like the shot, but like you said, that's what I don't care for. I'm not a big photo contest guy or anything and that's another reason why when we do our photo review, I mean, unless somebody wants us to criticize it, I just want people to share what they take, because what I may like something that you dislike, and and that's the problem with people get all hung up on these photo contests is it depends who the reviewers are, and if they're looking for a picture they may be like looking for a picture that looks like their style that they like to take, and they're not overly subjective. So, I mean, they're not non-biased many times, so one person could enter their photo in 20 photo contests, and one of them they'll probably win in one of them, and then then the other people will like throw it out right away, because it all depends on who's looking at it. Everybody's got a different opinion.
In my case, I take all these photos for me, correct? I don't do it on my website. so these are super cute too. These are nice too. The picas here in the West, correct? In particular, I think about this time of the year, they start collecting grasses and they are super. If you find one and he's in their kind of mode, it can really entertain you for a while, correct?
Now, how big is that? Is that like the size of a guinea pig?
Probably a little bit smaller than, so it's kind of between the guinea pig and a hamster.
Okay.
And they are super photogenic and very animated. Okay? So these are all photos taken because we're looking for the photo. So I opened one of the older photo albums. Show another photo here. So that one I like. I was taking in the middle of the front inside the car.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the middle of the winter, during a winter storm. But you see, you have to take several ones because you want the one that you have sufficient movement of the snow, but the eye still charged.
Yeah.
I need to reprocess these photos again. Anyway, sorry guys.
Yeah. I got one here. Let's see. So sometimes you take a picture and it really just bugs you. Just bugs you. And this is one of those that just bugs you.
I love those. Those spiders are wonderful. Jeff, interesting here.
Got the baby.
No, Jeff. That's probably the male. Sometimes in these spiders, I mean, I may be wrong. Maybe our friend Jeff and Leslie Photo knows a lot more about insects, but sometimes some of these spiders, this is the female, and they have a resident male there. But beautiful. I like the photo. I have no problem with photographing spiders.
Yeah, it's I got pictures of this spider, not this particular spider, but the same type of spider, where I was watching it. Now this wasn't taken with a macro or anything. This was like taken with a 600 or whatever. So I mean, I had to manually focus it because the camera wanted to focus way beyond the web. You know what I'm saying? So I had to back up because I was too close to the web. So I had to back up quite a bit, and then I had to manual focus because the lens just couldn't focus on this. I had to give it an assist, as I call it.
Yeah,
to be able to get it in focus. And so one time when I was taking this species of we call them banana spiders down here.
Yeah.
And these, I'll tell you, there were one time there was one like this size, and a wasp flew into the web. Good size wasp. And I'm thinking, this isn't going to end well for the spider. I was completely wrong. The blink of an eye, that spider took out that wasp and had wrapped it up, and I got like a sequence of pictures while it's while it's streaming out the webbing and wrapping it up, and then I got like the final shot where the wasp is all cocooned and it's just like hanging there in the web, and it's just I
love the legs.
These spiders are just amazing. They're absolutely amazing what they can take down that flies into that web. You get stuff in there that you go, oh, that's a more dangerous insect, or that's a larger insect, or whatever, and you think the spider's not going to be able to do anything with that subject or whatever, and the spider wins every time. It's a crazy spider.
No, but the focus was perfect. Yeah, I can see all the little hairs on the legs. Right, beautiful. Great photo. Love this one.
But it's So I mean, I'm usually looking for shots like that when the birds aren't cooperating, and I'll be looking for spiders. I'll be looking for snakes. I'll be looking for flowers, bees on them, or whatever, or dragonflies. It's always fun to try to get some dragonfly photos, just so that you have. We used to sit there. If we had a bad day, Bob and I would literally sit there sometimes, and there would be a fish that would always leap out of the water, and it would be 3 jumps every single time. It's a certain kind of fish, 3 jumps. So it'd be boom, boom, boom. So we would sit there and try to time it and try to get the fish jumping out of the water. And because it did 3 jumps, you had a pretty good odds that you were going to be able to get a shot of that fish just when it jumped out of the water, because you could kind of see how far the spacing was after the first 2 jumps, and you kind of knew where it was going to come up and get it, but that's what you do when it's a boring day. You're taking pictures of fish jumping out of the water, trying to get pictures of fish jumping out of the water.
No, that's fine.
But that's good, because that improves your skills. Your timing. You're trying to focus on something like that, and it's an interesting exercise. It's almost as another one that's really difficult is if you're trying to focus on barn swallows or tree swallows, because they're so fast. So if you really want to drive yourself nuts, try to focus on get a barred swallow or a tree swallow in flight.
Yeah.
That's an exercise. Some would say that's an exercise in futility. But when you do get one, you're like, just because it's so damn hard.
So this is another interpretation of photographing a buffalo.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll get it up here.
See, you can do landscape photography inside the eye of the buffalo.
Yeah.
Obviously, I photographed that from inside my car, correct?
Yeah, when you see you see the size of these animals, and then you just think of all these tour-ons of Yellowstone,
Exactly.
their cell phones trying to take selfies next to them. I mean, I don't know what those people had for breakfast, but
and they don't have good temper, I tell you.
These animals will just on a whim charge you. I just don't understand that one's nice and sharp around the eye. But that's difficult though, because of the to get that eye sharp on these animals.
And then of course you try to see the texture, right?
Yep.
So like you were saying, the first time you take the buffalo, correct?
Yeah.
But then you start to say, what else can I do? Right? That's when being being the animal for the first time, and then you gradually move to be more a photographer, correct? And this is one from Mr. Stewart. This is actually in Canada. This one here. I love these guys. Not great photo, a little bit overexposed. But I would like it's in summer when these guys are you probably see loons there in the Carolinas, but you see them in their non-breeding plumage, right?
Yeah, I've never seen one that looked like this.
Yeah, these are the common loon in one of the lakes there in Canada. I would love to go back and try to get better photos. Again, these are old photos. Cameras that were a lot less flexible.
But this is a tough subject with the dark head and the white body.
Oh, it's so easy.
You gotta get that early morning before the sun really hits it, because then it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
At that point in time,
Although the cameras are a lot more forgiving.
Let's see if I got another one here, since we're doing show and tell here.
Yes. See, the guys, when we finish with the regular conversation, we do show and tell until we get to our time.
Well, we
luckily Jeff and I have been photographing long enough that we probably have a lot of old photos.
Yeah. So this was this year, but it was.
It's an eel or a snake?
That's an eel. That's an eel, and this was when like maybe 3 days before, there was only 8 inches of water in this pond, and then they finally opened up and let some water in from the marsh side. The one and only time this year so far that they've done that, and through the pipes, that where the water's going from one side to the other underneath the road, the gators would be right in front of the pipes, because they were so hungry that any fish that happened to make it through those pipes, they were grabbing them. And some eels got into the pond from the time that they were letting some water in there. And so now the herons were able to get some eels. But with the whole idea with them fooling around with the water level and keeping it low is because they're trying to grow the grasses. They spend a lot of time trying to grow the grasses like crazy, so that when we get into the late fall, into the early winter, they're trying to cater to the duck population, and they want to make sure there's enough plant life for them to sustain them while they're here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why this eel has all this plant life around it, because the plant life's out of control. Now they're adding the water in. Now there's some food supply coming in, and these birds could not like get an eel without getting a salad to go with it. and that could be said for every single one getting an eel. It was going to get a mouthful of grasses that, it would try to shake it off. Sometimes it would lose the food item because it's trying to it doesn't want the grasses. It just wants the eel. And so sometimes they'd lose they would lose the eel, and they'd be stuck with just the grass in their mouth. So it was very frustrating. I felt bad for the birds, because if it was how it was managed 4 years ago or 5 years ago, they never would have had that problem. They would just get the eel. They wouldn't have anything else in their mouth but the eel. And the eels were much bigger too. Used to have eels on the marsh side that the great blue herons would get. And I'm not over exaggerating. I'd have to go way back and find some images, but the eels were probably at a minimum the diameter of a hardball, between the diameter of a hardball and the diameter of a softball.
Wow.
They were at least the diameter. They could be easily the diameter of a hardball. And they would wrap themselves around the bill of the wood stork, and it would be a very, very long battle. And the wood stork would get to, it'd be like, say, lower tide, and it would go to a muddy area, and it would let go of the eel, and then it would stab it with its beak to try to kill it. And then it would, they always rinse off the food. If they get an eel, they'll always rinse it, and they use the water like a lubricant to help the eel go down their throat. So they're constantly, even when the eel looks like it's lifeless, they will swish it around in the water before they try to swallow it, because it just makes it slipperier, and it makes it go down easier for them to eat. But I'd have to go back a couple years back to find the ones when the eels, I mean, these eels are nothing. These eels are like, it's like comparing a pencil to a fire hose or something. The difference in size.
So did they eventually manage to get all the grass out, or did he lose the eel? The guy.
No, he ended up with some grass, whether he liked it or not.
It's so salad too.
Yeah, he had to have a balanced diet, But it's
so let me see if I can find here one of the recent ones of the loons, because I mentioned last week, and again thanks to this will be a interesting story as well for my European friends. One bird that gave me some trouble photographing. Let me see if I can find it. See, if I share from the album, is not as good quality as when I share the actual. When they get into the albums, it's not such a good quality. But let me see here.
Give me 1 second. I gotta use the bathroom quick and get something to drink. I'll be right back. While
Okay.
you're looking. Take me 2 minutes.
All right, guys. You can ask some questions here in the meantime that Jeff is in the bathroom and I'm looking for a photo. Unfortunately, I cannot share until Jeff comes back. Where is that photo?
Better make sure my dog's alive here under my desk. Batch, is you alive, kiddo? I don't know. Hope she is. She ain't moving. She's been having a rough time lately. Okay, she made some noise, so that's good. Sometimes she's, like I said, she's had a rough time lately. She's been on a bunch of medicine and stuff, and nowhere near as energetic as she normally is.
How old is Patches?
8.
Okay. So this one, Jeff, here, let me see if I can. This bird that you can see here, I put it on. No, I'm not sharing the right window. Hold on a second. Let me go back to. No, I want to share.
Oh, I like your little moss-covered hut there, or whatever. It's kind of
well, I can share that. Actually, the one that is interested to share is this one.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that's actually a church.
That's a church. Where is this at?
Iceland. This is. As I told you, I've been working on the Iceland.
Oh, wow, that is interesting.
Yeah. This is actually now look at the interesting part for us here, photographer, correct? So I knew about this location. So my wife and I find it. So there was a car park. Then we walked to the church. Of course, I'm going to go with a landscape lens. Okay? So I go to photograph with the landscape, take some photos around, look for the composition. Okay, then a bear is that little kind of. I chose that one too, although I will reserve some of that for the photo review. Show up, and it was calling, and I only have at that time I only have the 20 millimeters because I went to photograph this church. So I went. So there were some other family with a small kid, and so I said, "Oh, I hope they stay long." So I walk all the way to the car. Locally, the bird was still in the surroundings, right? But I took the photo, which is a kind of landscape, but I took it almost from the car park. So I used a 600 millimeter to take this photo. So we know with telephoto you get that compression, correct?
Yep.
So you can see the mountains in the background are compressed around that church. But that church, many of these old kind of Viking style churches, correct? They cover in peat, correct? And then they for isolation and insulation, correct? So the grass grow around it. Mhm.
Yeah, that's neat. That really
Yeah.
is neat. I
Yeah,
like
so
that.
it make for an interesting photos.
Yep.
So anyway, let me see if I can find it here. But the so the actual sorry guys, you're seeing previews here, so on the photo review. But the bird that I was trying to photograph, was this one, and this is a good. Let me see if I can. This is from the photo album. Let me see if I can share. Sorry guys, it takes a while to move. That, and again, what we always say with the new cameras is a lot easier. These new cameras, wow, man! You wanted to be a wildlife photographer. This is your time to be a wildlife photographer. Yeah? So this is a black-tailed godwit, Jeff. Right? But the beauty, some of these wading birds, sometimes we see, correct? Although when we see them in their uh, uh, summer plumage, correct, and the winter plumage, which is not as attractive, correct. But here they are in breeding plumage, right? Because this in the and then so I like this photo, right? Because it's another one that you managed to photograph in their environment, right? So I actually went photograph that church with a 20 millimeter, find out that this bird was around. Locally, I was able to get back to the car and get the stay the bird was still around for a little while, and I managed to get this photo. Now this one, of course, I think this is with the C9. I mean, you can see how much detail it has, right?
Yep. Yeah, I like that.
Sorry, guys, we're boring you with our bird photography.
Well, I mean, there was slim pickings in the photo news. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
So we're just trying to. People are used to us being here for a certain hour, and we will end it. We will end at 2:00, and if we think it's something else.
So at the side of that church, Jeff, because they, what they put is on the side, they put several layers of peat, correct? And then you can see, like layers and layers and layers and layers of the bog, the peat bog they had dig to make the house, and they make the same around, and they made the same around they create like a circle, a perimeter. I mean, you can see that it's wonderful thing to photograph, correct?
Oh yeah, I mean, and you say,
actually,
"Oh, I'm not a landscape photographer," but you don't have any problem doing landscapes. So give yourself some credit.
Yeah, I actually put in these photos to show to my son, right? Because we have a a phone call, and he was asking, "Hey, how did it go?" So I show you one more, so you can see the other thing that they do sometimes around the churches there. So churches, no, you're sharing now. You share, and then I will share.
Yeah, I'm just throwing in this picture, and I think I had this in one of my videos.
I love that feature.
Is this is getting on my soapbox again, but once again, this is when the pond had areas that were 8 inches deep or less. Normally this would all be underwater. Okay. And this deer, to get a drink, literally had to walk almost halfway across the pond to get something to drink. And then, you could see the footprints as it's walking back to go back into the grasses again. And it was like, you know, when I saw this image, it was like I had to take it quick because the deer was almost into the grasses, and I wanted to get it in the mud, and so I had to, you know, just frame it as good as I could quickly and get the picture. But once again, it's you know, you could say, well, it's just a deer, and everybody goes, oh, I got deer pictures, but it tells a story. It tells a story based on what this deer had to do just to get a drink of water. And you may not know that without me telling the story, but you know, the picture does represent a story.
Exactly.
But it's you know, it's just unfortunate that deer had to go so far out just to get a drink.
But I like the muddy path.
Yeah, yeah, the mud path.
Let me see if where's that photo? Okay, so again from the same album that I showed to my son. So I showed this is another photo that from the recent Iceland trip. So you may see again another photo review. Again, apologies, I'm not a landscape, but
No. You are whatever you want to be. You are whatever you want to be.
So sometimes the churches, they're surrounded with the lava, you know, the lava rocks. So it's very photogenic, like we were to saying the other day. But you have to be lucky that if the sun comes out, be ready.
Yeah, a lot of what any photographer does is you're reacting and adapting to what you're given.
Exactly.
You know, and sometimes a shot that you maybe one half your brain is saying this doesn't work for me. I'm not so sure about this. But you take it anyway.
Yeah.
And then when you get back and you look at it and you do a little bit of tweaking here or there, and you end up saying, gee, it actually did work pretty good,
Exactly.
It worked better than I thought it was going to work. And
and there in Iceland, there is a lot of these churches that are kind of common places to photograph, but this was not in any guidebook. It was there, and they said, "Oh, that looks reasonable, so let me go and take a picture."
Well, it's like we do have I think it's in North Carolina, but I like lighthouses too, and I gotta plan a weekend trip or do something and get some nice lighthouse pictures. I love lighthouses.
Yeah. By the way, there's a lot of lighthouses there in Iceland, but they are not that photogenic. They're all kind of modern looking, so they were not as appealing as some of the older structures.
Now, these churches that you're showing, I mean, well, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, are they active churches or are they abandoned churches?
Some are active.
Some are active. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think this is, but some are active, and the kind of the one that Terry mentioned. Actually, I was looking at a photo of that one. It's still active, and you can see some of them have like what's it called, the cemeteries around, like many of the churches.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw. We'll alternate here. I'm gonna throw another one in. Let's see. So this is a little blue heron, and here you can really see how thick the grasses are, and how low the water is, because the water isn't up to the belly on the bird. So the water's not very deep. The grass is really thick. And to be able to even go in and get something to eat is a challenge because it's hard to see the fish when all you see is grass. So
Exactly.
the fact that it was even able to pick a fish out of that muck was surprising because it's just I mean you could just see it. It's like, you know, I would joke and I would say I'm waiting for them to put condos in there. Paint it the rest of the way and call it, you know.
I like the fact that I know that nowadays you can get that one a lot easier now, but I still like when you get that, you know, they grab the fish and you know they're going to throw it back into the back of their mouth.
Yeah.
So you're ready, you know, keep that camera shorter and then you may get that one in the air. Correct?
Yeah, that's when you're well, that's a situation where you may want to be shooting at 20 frames per second. Right, to get that fish in the right position.
So this one is one to here to let me see if I can. Probably sharing this sometimes, guys, is a little bit of a. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, if I can find this one. Almost I had to go. It's not showing. I cannot show. Sorry, guys. One that I have almost to call Luis because I couldn't find what the bird, and actually the bird was a very common bird in Europe, but I was not able to identify first time. Let's see if I can. And because in Iceland there is no many passerines, Jeff. It's mostly dogs and you know, so there are like 3 species of passerines, and they see, and I couldn't find. And this is a very common bird in Europe, but it was not initially familiar to me. So I almost ended having to send this to either Martin or Luis. The one is called the meadow pipit, which I probably have seen before when I live in there, correct? But I couldn't, you know, I just say what kind of passerine was living in this area, correct? So I was photographing some of these Arctic tern around that area, and then this guy show up, and you know, you immediately go on focus and take a picture. I actually like the fact that he was standing on top of one of those the type of flowers that Luis helped me to identify.
Yeah, and then you got at least you got a different color in the background there with the rust
Red.
color too.
Exactly. But you see, a lot easier to do this nowadays, Jeff, for sure.
Yeah. And the glass is so good. You know, the glass is so exceptional.
But this was one that when I first got confused which what bird, I thought it was like a young one of another species, and so it took me a while for a very common European bird to identify what it was, because I don't think that I say it cannot be wrong. There is only like 3 or 4 passerines in Iceland. and then I thought, okay, it's a meadow pipit, right? There was a lot of black and white. What's it called? So there's only like 3 or 4 species of this type of bird in Iceland, but I like it. It's a common bird, nothing particular, but with the flower and everything makes a composition. You see, I'm more of a photographer than a birder, so I'm not looking. I like to photograph new species, but I like to photograph that the photo looks reasonably good to me, Right?
Yep.
So I'm not a birder per se. I'm not a bird photographer.
Let's see. We got anything?
And I think I have another one.
We'll throw this one up.
Yeah. Why? Let me see.
So this is a black crown night heron.
Oh, I love those.
And this is not in this is in a different part of the park. This is in what was the original road that came into the park. Probably, I'm guessing, in the 1950s or whatever. And right now, when you walk on it, it seems like it's just like a really wide sidewalk, but it was the actual road to get into the park decades ago, a long time ago. And it doesn't. So now it's basically you just walk on what was that road, and you're now where, if you look to the left and you look at the body of water to your left as you're walking down this path, it's a freshwater pond. If you look to your right, you're seeing the brackish water pond on the other side. So the gators actually, when we get to the cold temperatures, they're in this freshwater side, in the mud banks or whatever they create to kind of like their version of going to sleep for the winter, to hibernation, but it's not called hibernation. I think it's called sublimation, I believe. But they rest on the freshwater side, and they'll have their young will be raised on the freshwater side for a while, and then they cross over this original road and they go into the pond side, and then the bigger ones will swim to the opposite end of the pond, and they're going to be near the causeway. That's the main road that comes into the park now. So you go from freshwater, this is called Mallard Pond on this side, and then when you hit the brackish water, it was called Mullet. Well, is called Mullet Pond, even though there's no mullet in it anymore. So the whole life cycle of the gator, like I said, when they were saying, well, we want to track the gators, we're going to put the GPSs on the gators. It's kind of like, well, okay, well, they start on they start in Mallard Pond. They have their young in Mallard Pond. When they want to, there is food sources in here that they could eat. You got turtles, you got frogs, you got, some fish, whatnot. But they will typically, go across the road, and they will go into the brackish water, which is where they used to have basically a contained ecosystem with plenty of food, because that was back in the day when they would keep the water levels. And it isn't so much that you always had to cycle the water in from the marsh side into the pond side. The thing is, as long as you maintained an adequate level of water in the pond side, I mean, they would, the fish would raise their young in there, and they reproduce in there, and along with whatever else was in the pond. But then, as soon as you go and you lower the water level to extreme low levels, and then you have the heat of the late August summer, you get all the fish kills, and you had fish kills, and the shrimp were dying. The shrimp were jumping out of the water and at the surface of the water getting eaten, and pretty much everything was getting eaten. The blue crabs were sluggish and couldn't get out of their own way, and everything got eaten up. And then, okay, well, now you've depleted the food source, and So there's nothing there to have to lay eggs or whatever to create, replenish the food source. So if you don't let the water in from the marsh, then there's just no food. Then they got to go walk over the road, go into the marsh to get food. So, I mean, that's kind of like the whole scenario that's going on now. And so, they want to know where the gators go. Well, the gators going to be going eating somebody's dog in their backyard pretty soon. They don't have.
So how long was the photo taking? Yeah, because they're still in breeding plumage, correct?
How long ago?
Yes.
Let's see if I can find
because I noticed in this photo that red eye tells me that it still wasn't during the breeding season.
This was in June.
Exactly.
Middle of June.
Yeah, beautiful. I love when they got those bright eyes, red eyes. Right? It's such a nice. And those two feathers in the back, they keep them during the breeding season as well, or not?
Yeah, and we get the yellow crowns. It's funny, we get the yellow crown night herons too, but usually with the yellow crowns, we only see the juveniles. We rarely see the adults. So I don't know where the adults hide, but it's pretty rare that we see the adults, and I don't quite understand why that's an issue. But we will see the young ones. I got some nice pictures of a young one the other day that I haven't processed it yet, but I mean, I was minimum focal distance away with the 600. I mean, to get the shot. I mean, 10 feet away, 15 feet away, whatever it is. It was just right in my face. I mean, it was nice.
Yeah. So this was another one from. Remember for what I showed last week? So one of those lava fields where they have the lava tubes and they have the cracks. So you asked me about it. So this is another photo of those cracks, right? That I was trying to photograph and use it as a leading line.
Yep.
See, so these lava fields, correct? They have all these lava tubes, and eventually, they just because they are kind of round, they crack in the top, and then when they are old like this, probably 1,000 years old, see all that moss and lichen that grows in top, but then in the crack where the water accumulate, you have all sort of things. So the photographic what I was trying to do here was to get this kind of leading line here.
Now, what's the distance between one side of the crack and the other? Because pictorially, it looks like, I could just jump across it. Is that? But that's probably
in this case, it was probably, I don't know, a foot and a half.
Okay, so you could
For
jump
sure.
over it. Yeah.
On this one, there are other ones
yeah.
that they're big, correct? Like the one that I told you, but here they can have a cavern inside, correct? But this one that is just open like that, then I was trying to get the little flowers and everything they're growing, but trying to create a kind of a foreground that is interesting to be, right?
Yeah.
And then walking towards the mountains and the lake in the back, correct?
Yeah.
But you can see the weather was difficult, but the photos. I mean, I like the kind of light, right? And the skies are not that boring, right?
No, the skies aren't boring because it has that stormy look to it, or
exactly,
and that adds to the picture. And then it seems like the light's a little soft, maybe because over in the background, like below the skies, probably because of the I don't know, maybe it was just a little haze. No, I don't want to say hazy, but like maybe water droplets or what, like almost like like a mist or something almost.
Exactly.
It just gets soft when you get to the background.
But you can see, I try many interpretation. I like the other one better, right? And of the same team, but photographing this kind of a volcanic landscape is appealing to me. Right?
Ray Powell just popped in. Good morning from Berwick upon Tweed. Hey, Ray. Chuck would have been thrilled to see you in here. Unfortunately, well, I'm not going to say unfortunately. Chuck did not come on the show tonight because his wife Maribel and him just got a new cat. So tonight they were bonding with the cat and enjoying the cat and getting it used to finding its way around the house, and apparently it's enjoying following Chuck wherever Chuck goes, which I'm sure Chuck loves that. And so, a pet becomes for those that are true pet owners, your pet becomes a member of your family. It's not just a dog or a cat; it's a member of your family. And so they're getting used to the cat. Cat's getting used to them, and then hopefully the plan is that he shares the cat with us on next week's show, and we all get to see what his new cat looks like. So
yeah, I mentioned it to my wife because he said that he was going to pick. So my wife was already looking forward to see Chuck's new cat. Right?
Yeah, and the cat, if I remember right, the cat's name is Noah. Is Noah. So
my wife would be happy that they got a new cat.
Yeah. I mean, pets are great medicine. They really are. I mean, they say people that have pets live longer.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, let's hope so. Hey, Gustavo, imagine if we're like sitting here doing this and we're 90. And then we'll have to thank our pets for that, right? We'll have to thank our pets. But for those of you that are just popping in, I mean, we had various discussion points tonight. We've been sharing pictures for, I'd say, at least an hour. It was a very kind of a slow news cycle in the photography world. Our friend Jim Eads from California, aka Real Nikon Lover, just became a grandpa again. So we shared some images of him and his wife holding the baby. We've got the good time here to probably put up the reminder. We do have the photo review. It's a little bit of ways, but we've got 18 images so far, which I call a good start. We basically got 3 weeks before September 7th. So if you have photos that you want to share with the rest of us for that photo review on September 7th, start trickling them into me so I'm not getting them all in the last 2 or 3 days because the running, I guess, or somewhat of a running joke with David Stewart is every time he calls me up, we probably talk a minimum of once a week anyway, sometimes more often he'll call me. And the first question out of his mouth is he'll say, "Jeff, are you on the computer right now?" And it's always yes. 99% of the time, yes, David, I'm on the computer right now. So it's like I probably spend more time on the computer now than I did when I worked full time and had to work on a computer from work. So I probably spend more time on the computer now than I did in my job, between the occasional video on my channel, the prep work for the show, and trying to process images that I take. Right now, I mean, with the weather patterns we've had, I've probably only got out 2 days last week, probably going to get out 2 days this week, maybe 3. But if I go out too often, then I get behind by so many photos because I just can't. I just don't have the time to go through them all, you know. So they just sit in a queue and they grow and grow, and then eventually it's like I'm like, I got 5,000 pictures I got to go through. I think I got about 1,000 right now that I got to go through. But we all have that problem, I guess. So, but anyway, get your photos in. Some of the other stuff we talked about, you know, Nikon winning 5 EISA awards from the Expert Imaging and Sound Association. So Nikon's on a pretty good roll regarding the quality of the product that's coming out between winning awards for the ZF, the Z6 III, the 180 to 600 zoom, the 135 millimeter plena lens. Ooh. And they won an award for the 28 to 400 f4 to f8 zoom, which shocked the heck out of me, but that won an award. And Ava did a nice presentation for any of you that did not join us last week, where she, took test chart photos and real world photos using that lens. And, I think changed some of our opinions of the lens in terms of it being a very good lens for someone, say who can only have a few lenses in their kit, maybe to start off with. And that would be a really decent travel lens where, you just bring, you have a camera, you're just starting out, you have a camera and you get a lens like that, and that can cover a lot of subject matter. And of course, with the, with the, with the f-stop range, you have to have reasonably good light to take advantage of it. But I'm sure, it's, if you're at the long end, your f-stop's going to be stopped down quite a bit. But she got some very nice pictures with it. Then we talked about some other lenses coming out, some stuff from Nikon Rumors, like we always do. And like I said, the last hour or so, we've been sharing images.
We got an offer there from Sanjay, pal. So Sanjay, he made a new video on Malaysian hornbill conservation, and he can share during the photo review. We never share videos, but I speaking on my side, I would like to see that video.
Yeah, we would like to see that. I don't ever turn down anybody that wants to share anything on this channel, so you're never going to hear me say no. So yes, that would be nice. I mean, that's something that normally I'm going to let you decide. I mean, you could contact me via email, let me know what time frame would be best for you to share it, because we could either do it before we get into the photo review, or we could, depending on when you're able to come on to do it, maybe the time frame is better for you if it's done later in the show, which is my assumption, because usually when we do see you, it is later in the show. So maybe we do it after the photo review, which normally would be over by typically 12:30 a.m. Eastern time in the U.S. Roughly is when we're normally done with photo reviews, unless we get 90 images like we had one week. And that would be great.
And then we have Ray Powell commenting about the troublesome situation there in England with some riots.
Well,
that and then as a photographer, you can find yourself in a bad situation when there is a disturbance like that. But
he's saying photographers can be arrested for photographing the so-called riots. Yeah, it's getting it's getting, and I know this is a pet peeve of Tim Mozman. We've had conversations on the phone about it. Is you go to an event and you've got your hybrid camera hanging around your neck with a decent lens on it or whatever, and they go, "Oh, we can't let you in here. We can't let you in with that camera." And it's like it's so stupid because everybody in there has a camera. It's called their cell phone. Everybody in there has a camera. A lot of those cameras have 2 or 3 lenses on them. A lot of those cameras can zoom in more than his lens on his camera could reach. And there's no problem with that. They don't stop people from going into a certain location with a phone because they don't consider it a professional it's not a professional camera. Still a camera. It's just like the photo community is just getting so beat up nowadays with, oh, you can't take a picture of that building. Oh, you can't take a picture of this. Oh, you can't. Oh, you're a professional photographer. No, I'm not a professional photographer. I take pictures for myself, but yeah, it is idiotic. And then people get in your face and challenge you. Did you take a picture of me? No, I don't take a picture of grumpy people. I take a picture of happy people. But yeah, it's frustrating as a photographer. I mean, I feel bad for street photographers. Is tough, and I do a little bit of that, but it's tough because you have to try to be inconspicuous as best you can because you just don't know how people will react. It's funny though when and this is true. If you go out with a camera that's a film camera, you go out with a camera that's 50 years old, 60 years old, and you got a tripod because it's not going to do well, in the wee hours of the in the evening with a little bit of light. So you have a tripod set up. Lots of times people they're all for you taking pictures of them with that old camera, but if you were taking them with a new camera, they probably wouldn't want you to take their picture. But if you're shooting with something old, then I don't know, they seem to feel less threatened by it for some reason when it's something old, and they go, "Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, you could take my picture," and they let you take their picture. But if you were walking around with a Z9 on your neck or a Z8 or something, they might be like, "Oh, no, don't take my picture." It's just strange. It's just strange. But anyway, we're basically, we made it to basically our time threshold somehow. We had to do a bit of photo sharing to fill in the gaps because there just wasn't a lot of news out there.
We apologize for it.
So yeah, we apologize that we made you suffer for the last hour and a half, looking at us flipping through some of our files and sharing some images with you. But hopefully you enjoyed some of it. We hope. And this is just a reminder. Yes, we have a photo. We have the photo review the first Saturday of every month. It doesn't mean that during your work week, if you had the opportunity to go out and you got something that you're like, "Oh, I love this shot. I want to share this shot." You can share the shot on any of the shows. Okay. We don't make every week a photo review week, but it does not mean you cannot share a photo or share a video or whatever, because we encourage. One thing we've been trying really hard to do on the show is to encourage people to share and encourage people to be willing to put a little presentation together. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It could be a couple slides with a couple paragraphs of text that you're talking to, and a few pictures.
In a safe place.
Yeah.
We are going to.
This is a safe place to share, and we want people to share the information, because that's how we keep. Some don't like the term the community. Sounds too hokey, maybe, I don't know, but let's just say those who participate in the show from the chat. I think it bonds everybody. It creates a bond, with each other by sharing information and sharing what we do. It makes the group that choose to come here even stronger, and I think it gives us a lot of respect for each other's genre and what each of us do, because everybody does something different. We don't all. This isn't a nature photography show, or a or a street photography show. It's a every photography show. As long as, well, I'll put a caveat on that, as long as the photos are in good taste. Okay, exactly. There's certain photos. This is a G-rated show, so we have to show appropriate images. Let's put it that way. But I made a comment the other day that, I know there's got to be people in here that do wedding photography, at least some people. Share some of your wedding photos. Share a little bit of your portfolio, because we don't really get any wedding type pictures, and and if somebody does like some really nichey stuff, like if someone's taking images through microscopes and stuff, and you have images of some things that look really, really cool under a microscope. Hey, we haven't seen any of those kind of pictures either. So, be nice to see, like I said, feel free to share everything. And, and we obviously we've gotten some very creative images. Scuba has sent in some really interesting images at times, with like glass balls or whatever, with an image in the ball, and it's part of an overall image. And so let's just see what people have to share. And Robert Varner says he does algae. That's fine. Hey,
we learned something.
Yeah, we learned something. So anyway, we're going to call it a night, folks. It's after 2 a.m. Eastern time, and look forward to seeing you again next week. Hopefully there are some announcements that get made, or things that occur that can drum up some good conversation and bring things up in the chat. If we see 2 or 3 people going back and forth talking about a subject in the chat, we will try to pull it in to a general discussion so that everybody gets involved. And if you have a question, just put QQQ in front of your statement so it stands out. I forgot to mention that this show. I tried to mention it at the beginning, and I had a brain fart or whatever, and I didn't think of it. But do that, and that way we can tell that you want us to address something, because chat's very busy. We're not always just looking at the chat, because we're trying to have the flow of the show going on here, and we miss people. We miss out, and the QQQ is like somebody here is going to wake up and see it. Hopefully.
Exactly.
But have a great weekend. Remainder of the weekend, get out and shoot with whatever you want to shoot with, and have a good time, because that's what it's all about. And get some stuff that you want to share, and share it any of the shows you want, but always save some for the photo review the first Saturday of every month. And so have a good one. like Gustavo say, his goodbyes to everybody, and we'll sign off.
See you guys next week.